Okay, good evening. We will start. Sorry to interrupt you with your conversation. Good evening. Last night I said how you say good evening in Albanian, so I forgot to say it in Serbian, because this is the third official language in Kosovo. It's important to mention. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's conference, which is part of the public program of SummerSchoolasSchool 2019. I hope those who are in courses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that they have a fruitful day in this hot time in Prishtina. Tonight we will have two panel discussions concentrated on two themes, if I can call it like that. There's a short introduction, there's a text in the space. I will not read the introduction here, we will skip and I'll probably read it later, but I just want to introduce Patricia Falguières, who will have the keynote in tonight's first panel. And I'll just read the abstract, the short, super short abstract. For her presentation tonight, Falguières asks, can the museum still play an emancipatory role today? Whereas almost all the texts devoted to museum by institutional critique in 1980s and 2000 identified it as a vector of cultural, social, and political domination. Does the acceleration of neoliberal commodification allow us to place our hopes of emancipation in an institution that has proved so fragile? And I just have to read a bit from your biography. Oh. Sorry. Patricia Falguières is a professor at the School for Advanced Studies in Social Sciences in Paris. She has published work on Renaissance philosophy and art, classifications, encyclopedias, and the birth of the museum, including Les Chambres des Merveilles by Art in 2002. She was the editor of the French publication of Julius von Schlosser's classic book Die Kunst and Wunderkammern der Spartan Renaissance. Yes, sorry, Paris, 2012. Published critical edition of Inside the White Cube by Brown Doherty in Paris and Zurich in 2008, as well as numerous studies on the history of museums and collections. Please read more about her biography. I will just add that she is currently the chair of the French National Center for Visual Arts. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you for everybody. Thank you to all the team for this great welcome I had in Pristina for my very first time in Pristina. I'm very honored to have been invited by you. And it's a great pleasure, especially now you have this fantastic project of building a new institution in town. So, in the first time I wanted to prepare a kind of theoretical introduction like we do in philosophy, full of very nasty remarks about Pierre Bourdieu and La Société du Spectacle by Guy Debord, which is not really useful now, but just a word. The fact that there is a big discrepancy between the historiography of the museum in general as it was developed in Anglo-Saxon countries in the 80s and 90s, around Carol Duncan, Tony Bennett, etc. And I'm sure among you a lot of students are still studying with those books, and which were absolutely informed by a kind of Bourdieu-like theory of the domination. And I think this is the worst you can do to museum and to the historiography of museum, because if you take the museum as a tool of domination, we are lost. Because in the meantime, in the 90s, as you know, and I don't need, I think we have three great directors of museum, and they're much more able than me to speak about it, that the problem now in neoliberal dominated world, the legitimacy of museum is once more at stake. So, in a word, because I have heard yesterday some student telling, oh, I have to read La Distinction about Bourdieu and so on. Stop reading Bourdieu, read Jacques Rancière, read the night, the proletarian night, the worker's dream in 19th century France, which is, I think, the best answer to all the sociology of Bourdieu. Why so? Because precisely between 76 and 81, Jacques Rancière was involved in a real renewal of Marxism, and it's a period where he was he was doing an archival work on the writing and the reading of workers in 19th century industrial world. And it was a great event, the publication of Proletarian Nights, because all of a sudden we went from a theory of domination to a theory of emancipation. And we can get back later. I won't go very long here because I want to have a discussion with Tony and Zdenka. And I don't want to take too much time on that. I want to go really now on a concrete example of what emancipation has as a link with the museum project. So, and if you have a question after, I can answer, of course. So, I want to speak of a case study of the Italian museums after World War II. And I think it's a good idea to speak about it because precisely you have this project. First, it's a history not that easy to do because it's a history of collective agency. And as you know, art history is made of most of the time of monographies, monographic approach of great architects, great artists, great art historian, and so on. So it's not that easy, and it's really a collective agency problem. The second point, which is really important, is the part played by women in this history. And this is really important because it was the very first time that women in Italy could gain access to the direction of cultural institutions. There are directors of museums, soprintendenti, which means the kind of prefect of the arts, in each region of Italy, and there are intellectual figures too. It's interesting to remember that they published widely. They were the students of great figures of art history like Pietro Tosca or Adolfo Venturi, sitting on the same university benches as Brandi or Argan, who are very famous as art historians. But we should not forget that Caterina Marcenaro or Fernanda Vuijens, and I'm afraid this name don't ring a bell because they have been absolutely forgotten, are really great intellectual figures working in close collaboration with art historians but publishing. For instance, Palma Bucarelli, who is the only one whose name still exists. Palma Bucarelli published the first book on Fautrier, on Giacometti, on Pollock himself in Europe, on Pino Pascali, and etc., etc. And this is really remarkable because these women disappeared in all the encyclopedias, even in feminist encyclopedias, because in the 80s, Italian feminists was really anti-institutional, so was not interested, they were not interested in women having a part in the running of museum and institution, which is a real problem. All these people, these women and the team with which they were working were perfectly aware of their own political and cultural agenda. They theorized their own politics of programmation. They formulated the scopes and ways. There is nothing like tacit knowledge here, on the contrary. And I must say that this generation of directors and directors, male and female, of museum, appeared in a very in-between situation. After 20 years of fascism and before the breaking of mass culture and consummation culture after 1965. So it's the first generation of women to gain access to the direction of cultural institutions in Italy, who were literally replacing former soprintendenti or directors impeached by the fascist regime, or on the contrary, because of the involvement of these people in fascism. So it's a very strange situation. They literally slipped into the institutional career, taking advantage of an emergency situation, which is, as you know, Otero may, in her own way, proved a very common situation for women. So, many of them are tied to the resistance, had a very important role in resistance. For instance, Fernanda Wigens, who organized in Milano the escape of dozens of Jewish families outside of Italy. The same for Caterina Marcenaro in Genova. And if we look at the photos, there are women, and you see the name like here, Caterina Marcenaro or Fernanda Wigens here, alone. Oh, I will not read anything if I, I'm sorry, but I just in a small, tiny light, a small light. If you, well.
We have a small light.
Do you have? Okay. And you see they are absolutely, oh, thank you. Oh, okay, fantastic. So as you see, there are women alone in a male-dominated, all-male groups, or in the case of Palma Bucarelli, she played with her extraordinary, gorgeous physical appearance, but she was really, Palma Bucarelli here, who is author of one of the landmark of the theory of art of the 50s, with her book on Jean Fautrier. So, but what is important here is that instead of having a monographic approach, we have to reorient our attention to the themes which do appear after World War II in Italy. Because you have de facto themes. A superintendent or director of museum, which happened to be a woman but not all the time, art historian, artists and architects. It's interesting to see that you don't have bureaucratic apparatus for a very good reason, is that after 20 years of fascism, the state could not dare to interfere with the actors of the intellectual and cultural world. And this is an extraordinary situation, of course, and I think a dream for many people working in museums. So you have teams like Caterina Marcenaro and Franco Albini, the architect in Genova, Costantino Baroni and Beppe Per at Milano, Licisco Magagnano at Verona, working with Carlo Scarpa, etc., etc. I would insist too on the part played by the artist. And this is a configuration which is interesting, especially here in Pristina, because, for instance, we just worked a lot with a painter, not that famous, Attilio Rosselli, and an architect, Giancarlo Menichetti, in order to organize one of the landmarks of the time, and so symbolical, the exhibition of Picasso's Guernica and Korea War in the main room destroyed by the bombing of the American army in 1953. And this was one of the most symbolic moments of the Place of Art in time of Reconstruction. But we have to understand that precisely after 45, all these people, among these people you can recognize people, great art historians like Roberto Longhi, and etc., etc. You may know because you have read their book on Carpaccio and Caravaggio and so on. And among them, for instance, the painter Felice Casorati is responsible for the recommendation of young Carlo Scarpa as the architect of the Biennial of Venice. So, you know, this is a very special moment in which all those people, artists, architects, art historians, and directors of museum, are putting on the map their own political agenda, which is quite precise. Let's add something. Italy at that moment was in a kind of diaspora because, as you know, many exiled, many people, many intellectuals and artists had been exiled during the Ventennio Fascist, like Lionello Venturi or Bruno Zevi. Bruno Zevi is the main theoretician of architecture of that time. Lionello Venturi is the most important historian of modern art, and they were living in America, and it's really important because they did play a decisive role in the aggiornamento of Italian culture. So, the question here was that after 20 years of fascism and cultural authoritarian customs, the state could not easily order in cultural matters. So they were free to set on their own agenda. But it was not easy because we could not minimize the violence of the political and cultural debates in the 50s. They needed clashes and cunning because precisely scandal and controversies are constant. The personal attacks, extremely virulent. For instance, the attacks on Caterina Marcenaro in Genova are outrageous. And of course, the sexual thematic was always present in some way. And we should not forget how conservative Italy was at that moment. You have the Catholic Church on the one side, the Communist Party on the other side. They are the two major cultural forces of the country. Nevertheless, between 45 and 65, an extraordinary transformation of the museum project was built. The very first thing is that we are not always aware when we visit Italy, where you always feel that Palladio was just here yesterday, and so on. You have this extraordinary freshness of impression of the presence of the past, that Italy did have a lot of destruction, and many places like the Museum of Brera, which is the main museum here you see in Milano, had been destroyed, for instance. The work had been taken apart, but many buildings were absolutely destroyed. And the project of these groups of people I was talking about was explicitly to rebuild the civic life in the post-fascist Italy. The museum is considered the main tool of this project. To rebuild the museum implied far more than technical solution. It was a cultural operation with multiple implications, and particularly the redefinition of the modern project as such. Don't forget that at that moment, artists, architects, intellectuals have a decisive role. They are public intellectuals. Now, this is really important because, for instance, in France, it was absolutely not the part of artists or architects. It was a part of philosophers, of journalists, of writers, but not at all of art historians or architects. So, the destruction is really really important. Sometimes from top to bottom, a museum like Brera could be destroyed. But most important was the institutional and cultural destruction. And as a matter of fact, the first biennial of Venice in 1948 was called the Resurrection of Italy because the issue there was the updating of the deprovincialization. I don't know if it's correct in English, but in French it's déprovincialiser the Italian culture after 20 years of autarky and censorship. And it was, we have the correspondence of those people, Roberto Longhi, Casorati, and so on. Those people, this guy we saw here, really organized the first biennial of Venice as a cultural aggiornamento. And the program is very coherent. You have the first presentation in Italy of Picasso's work, suggested by the painter Renato Guttuso, the first exposition of Paul Klee, proposed by Felice Casorati. You have the first exposition of the collection of Papier Guggenheim, organized by Giulio Carlo Argan. So it's really a project very constructed, very built up. And Carlo Scarpa was, as an architect, associated with the tree exhibition. And it's extraordinary. I don't have time to speak specially of Carlo Scarpa, and I will speak a little at the end. But Carlo Scarpa imagined three completely different displays for this tree exhibition, which are his first virtuosic experiment in contemporary art display and modern art display. So, the dispositive is very impressive because at the same time Roberto Longhi, the art historian, imagined for each biennial a big replay exhibition, as he called it, a big exposition of modern art in what is now the Palazzo Correr, Museo Correr, French Impressionism, Fauvisme, Corot, Courbet, Delacroix. It was like building the culture of Italy. This is interesting because this is a very, very programmated idea, an extraordinary dance project. What is interesting is the fact that this generation created in Italy the politic of the great exhibitions since August 45. And I was really surprised reading the papers because it's difficult for us to imagine that not only in Italy, but in all Europe, absolutely devastated, and the war not being yet finished. Hitler was still in his bunker in Berlin. In Italy, in France, in England, you have the strategy of great exhibitions. This is very strange, and so strange that we must figure out how difficult it could have been in Europe, as ruined as it was, to build such events. So I will not go too much on it, but the intelligence of this strategy is really extraordinary. The way they built not only the great exhibition, for the first time in Italy, which was really a very stratigraphied society with different levels of culture, with very powerful demarcation between cultural world and social worlds. It was the very first time that there was an attempt to create something like a proto-mass culture with the image you see of the Mantegna exhibition 4 or 5 years after World War II. And it was really something disruptive in the history of culture in Italy. Not only, but they were able to organize with a great strategic sense exhibitions in all the main cities in Italy, promoting local cultural heroes, Caravaggio in Milan, Antonello in Messina, and so on. This was part of a game of attributing to, at a regional level, some local passion and interest for a local cultural painter, hero. And it was a way to start a civic agenda, to build a new genealogy of modern art. And this is the reason why, of course, the role played by art historian here is absolutely essential. Because in order, if you want to have a Caravaggio, which is not a patrimonial Caravaggio, but a kind of hero for a new cultural era, you must be able to really build an historiography, and that is really exceptional. Well, the extraordinary variety and the virtuosity asked to the architect is stupendous in a way. For instance, if we go to see how Carlo Scarpa worked, we see how Carlo Scarpa, who was involved in the Giovanni Bellini exhibition in 49, was involved in the great exhibition on Antonello da Messina in the restoration after that of the Museum of Palermo, in the Museum of Verona, etc., etc. It means that it's strange because not only you have art historians who are perfectly aware of the political agenda of their own work, but architects are absolutely ready to work in museum. We should not forget that at that time, an architect didn't have a role in the museum, strangely enough, because we are so accustomed to speak of Gehry, Remkolas, and so on, working with museum being really the top of their work and so on. On the contrary, before World War II, living architects were not involved in the display of art. This is really important. And here, the Italian situation too is very specific, because you have a fantastic generation of young Italian architects who are involved in a completely different, sorry, I will get back here later, in a completely different kind of culture, which was a culture of design and exposition of design and industrial design promoted by the fascist regime in the 30s. It meant that these guys were, and there were no women in that moment since after World War II, Albini and so on, were involved in the most extraordinary exhibition of propaganda of the fascist regime, like the exposition of the Aeronautica Italian, of sport, of autarky, and so on and so on. It was the way they could learn about display, and this is very specific to Italy too. And at the same time, and strangely enough, it's the reason why this fascist exposition of industrial design and propaganda were among the most interesting display in the world at the time, because the architects were smuggling their own updating with the international avant-garde when doing such displays. So they were ready in 1945, they were absolutely ready, like Carlos Scarpa, to work for a new kind of involvement, a new kind of display of art, contemporary and old art. Well, so it's important too to understand that, for instance, Giulio Carlo Argan, the great art historian, was clever enough to understand that it was precisely a good moment to work with such architects who were not involved with art, because they were involved with design, and that was interesting to get rid of the Beaux-Arts tradition. So you understand that everything comes at the same time. You have a generation of art historians who want to get rid of the Beaux-Arts tradition, who are ready to read William Morris, to read the Bauhaus writers, Gropius, and so on. I will speak about it a little later. And precisely, they can work with architects who precisely are educated in the great design tradition of Central and Northern Europe and ready to work with art. And I'm going, sorry, I'm looking at that. Well, so I don't have time to but the problem of display was among the main topics worked out by great theoreticians of architecture like Giuseppe Pagano and the good magazines like the good magazines of the time. Now they are ready to use this expertise in a new and coherent way. So, I'm sorry, I'm a little lost in translation. Okay. So, but strangely enough, I have to find the good one. Strangely enough, it is their education with industrial production which prepared them, I'm sorry, I'm a little lost in my own images, which prepared them to revolutionize the art of display. For instance, they had to learn to remove each object from a series to which it belongs, to give it a singularity taking advantage of its formal qualities, to bring the audience down a concerted path, to dramatize a meeting of the audience with the object. So it was a complete apprenticeship of exhibition, of display in general, that could be used with some frugality when there is no money, because Italy at the time was really poor, when you need to work with speed and with a sense of dramatization. So all the organizers of this exhibition did have precisely the sense of what we called in France the coup de théâtre, as the Guernica in the spectacular room destroyed by bombing, and which was precisely conceived as a catharsis moment in the Milano of post-war. What is interesting too is that all those architects did work from the very particular angle requested by redesigning museum. This particular angle was the angle of interior architecture, and this is very strange for us now, because we are accustomed to see the museum built by an architect as an image in the landscape. On the contrary, those people were working the museum from the inside. We could say first because they didn't have to build the building. They had the ruins of building, or they had building already present. They were navigating among tons of ruins. So they did have to work from the inside, and this is interesting on every level, even on a theoretical level. The redesign of the museum is a case for them of interior architecture, which is a very strange idea. They always defended during the 50s in all the big international meetings like the Triennale di Milan. The interior architecture for them is fully architecture and requires all the skill of the architect, and as a theoretician like Edoardo Persico had said at the end of the 30s, arredamento, allestimento, which means working, how do you translate arredamento? Yeah, display, but arredamento is furniture building, let's say, inside. Offer opportunities for experimentation and clarification of the architectural language, the use of materials and technologies that are exercised in composition, where the architect can fulfill the calling to the projet total from the spoon to the city, as one of them will say a little later. So they take over the motto of Joe Ponti: interior architecture is a show of civiltà. And I would not dare translate civiltà, because you hear, of course, civilization, but civic spirit too. And for instance, Albini, who is one of the main builders of museums in the 50s, precisely worked and became accredited to work in museum because he was one of the most important architect of interior at the time. And we should remind that to get accredited as the main architect in the Geneva Museum, he built for the directress Caterina Merceda a functional apartment at the top of one of her museums, which was a fantastic display in the use of industrial material, as you can see here. So, I'm sorry. So, what is interesting too is that theory is never very far here from the practicity of and the virtuosity of this architect. And for instance, Giulio Carlo Hagan and Zevi did promote a new conception of the connection between urbanism and design, and theorized a way of reinvesting the buildings inherited from the past and make them contemporary. In 1956, Argan released The Problem of Furniture, Il Problema dell'Arredamento. It's a very important text on the challenge of the distinction or non-distinction of industrial arts, applied arts, and art. Its origin being the Bauhaus. What's more is that Argan extends to the whole of architecture the status of interior architecture from a political point of view, and this is very original. He writes, modern architecture transforms the whole architecture in interior architecture. It doesn't have to produce any more a landscape we have to gaze upon. Architecture has to produce a scope of environment of human life and action. We have to think the planar dimension instead of the block, the structure instead of perspective, the volume instead of facade. These are the new principles determining the architectural project. It means that interior architecture is not accessory to the architect's trade. On the contrary, it takes place in the center of its practice. I won't go on very long, but it's really through arredamento that Italian architects after 1945 become credible for museum directors. And this is really the reason why they could, with such a velocity, make stupendous propositions after World War II. For instance, when from 1949 to 1951 in Palazzo Bianco, then in Palazzo Rosso, Albini proposed precisely a new kind of space, devoid of any visual interference, and using vertical metallic cords borrowed to the industrial factory he had tested in fairs and triangles of design, and entrusting them with pictures and sculptures. And I can assure you, for instance, that this image of a picture of a Caravaggesque with this kind of industrial tool made a fuss all over Europe in the 50s. But most, even more spectacular, was this installation of the Margarita of Brabant, the death of Marguerite de Brabant, which is one of the major work of Middle Age, Italian Middle Age. It is attached on a telescopic frame made of steel equipped with remote control, the invaluable fragments of this sculpture. This was a statement. It caused a scandal, but as a matter of fact, as you see, it's one of the most powerful propositions ever made for a display of art there. Well, I don't want to be too long, so I will go very swiftly. I just want to say that at the same time there is an extraordinary theoretical impulse, not only with Italian authors, but with the translation of authors like John Dewey, for instance, or Herbert Read, who were really important to think about the relationship of the apprenticeship of the ability to look at a picture and the construction of democracy. This is better known because John Dewey, especially in your generation, is better known than in my own, I must say. But we have to remind that precisely it was Argan who had John Dewey translated in 1948 in Italy, because precisely they are building the whole of a culture. They created collections of books, collections of illustrated books, the first TV emissions about art, the first radio emissions about art, and so on. So it was a full setup about a reconstruction of art as experience. But, and what is extraordinary is the fact that, and I think this is the most interesting for us today, it's the fact that they created a modern way of looking at art in general. And I just read one phrase by Giulio Carlo Argan, appealing to John Ruskin and William Morris, and stating that no artistic production can ignore the productive array which gives it its sense and meaning. And he fixed an unexpected roadmap for museum of art, whether medieval, Renaissance, or modern art. He says, the roadmap for Italian museums is the complete program of education to the forms redacted by Walter Gropius and applied in the Bauhaus school in Weimar first, then in Dessau. All the museums in Italy have to be a Bauhaus school, which is extraordinary, and I think which deserve a new set of commentaries. So, in 12 years, all the Italian museums have been reconstructed, reconfigured. In Genova, Pisa, Palermo, Venice, etc., by all the best architects of the moment, and the most incredible display invented. The main purpose being, as Caterina Macena wrote it, to withdraw from the concept of palace and patrimoine and heritage to the concept of a museum. So it's interesting because they wanted to think the museum as the exact opposite to the concept of heritage, in a way, which is somewhat paradoxical, but it's really important. And David delivered an extraordinary diagnostic on the implication of it. He said, we were inhabited to museums conceived as architectural works on a monumental scale, that is, as wrappers in which our works were inserted afterwards. Today it's a complete reversal. It is the artworks which determine the space and command the proportion of the walls. And we can identify this moment because, for instance, at the first new biennial of Venice, when Carlo Scarpa, for instance, delivered this extraordinary display of Paul Klee, it took the idea of this kind of play of screens from one of the pictures of Klee he had to display, which is this one. And as you know, precisely the idea was the brilliant, one of his most brilliant idea of display. I don't have time to comment it, but I think you can get it. So the museum revolution in Italy is a revolution in the ways of apprehending artworks. It makes profit of the experience and perception of the Bauhaus, Rudolf Arnheim, and the avant-garde of the 20s and 30s. And it's conceived as the editing of a book or a poem, in a way, sometimes literally, as you can see with Carlo Scarpa. But you see, for instance, the way Scarpa, a little later, 10 years later, organized in Verona is one of the very few museums which is absolutely intact. It's like a sanctuary of museology, and you should go all in pilgrimage there. The way he shows this very famous sculpture of Congrande della Scala, 13th century sculpture, using it as a node in the very middle of the structure, you can see from everywhere and changing at every moment during your percourse in the museum. Well, and which is, of course, one of the most extraordinary moments of display. But maybe my favorite was the display of the last work by Michelangelo, which was the Ponte a Rondanini, which was bought by national subscription in 1952, which is important because it was acquired by national subscription. And the group BPPR organized the display in the Castello Sforzesco in Milano, working against the medieval monumentality of the space. They insulate the Pietà as a unique masterpiece set back in a room dedicated to 15th century sculpture, in an enshrined space, almost secretive, wrapped by two screens, creating a more intimate relationship of every spectator to the sculpture, in order to activate the oddness, the strangeness of the pieta, against any kind of contextualization, against the historical space around. A new experience of the gaze is so at stake. A focus on a unique object, exploring it from top to bottom and bottom to top. An appropriation in the dimension of time. It was necessary to give up the unique viewpoint in order to move freely around and to look at the sculpture, which is moving, as in the case of Genova. It means that you may invest the time of perception and charge visual perception with a vital issue. That is, to broaden and expand the experience of the gaze with all the resources of body and mind. Such was the confidence in this experience that all cartels were removed, no text on the wall was allowed to visually interfere. The issue was not to show and make sensible storytelling, but on the contrary, to make sensible the life of the forms. To make possible this experience, you had to clear out the museum. This is why you had to build the scarcity. And Albini says a fantastic thing. And if you look at this image, it's quite difficult to understand that they were done in 52, as you know. It's always very surprising. Albini writes, what we have to build is the emptiness, the vacuum. Air and light are the building materials. The atmosphere must not be stagnant and rigid. On the contrary, it must vibrate and resonate, and the public must be immersed and imperceptibly immersed. What is beautiful too, and for instance I could give you some other example by Albini himself, or the very famous Sala of Giotto made by four of the most important architects of the time, like Scarpa and the Michelucci and so on, which was really a kind of shock for Italian public in the 50s. It was absolutely a shock to discover Giotto in such a situation. Because building the emptiness was for Zevi too the touchstone of architecture. He says this, and this is very beautiful. A building is not the sum of width, length, and height. It is the sum of the measure of the emptiness of the internal space in which humans live and work. Internal space cannot be completed, represented, not learned, not understood, if not by a direct experience. It is the fundamental element of architecture. Isn't it natural that space, that is the emptiness, is the protagonist of architecture? Architecture is not only an art, nor the image of a house we and other people lived. It is, first and foremost, the frame, the stage where our life takes place. So the museum is the ideal place to check and improve that architecture is a skill to build the field of human experience. This is the reason why the political implication is that present. Building the emptiness means to break with powerful cultural forces like the series by which art history was allowed in the 19th century to get the status of a science. The directors of museums claim the right to select pieces, moving aside the minor ones. And as a matter of fact, and what is really extraordinary, there is a whole theory of history going on, which is explicitly rated by art historians and museum directors. The fact that history is a critic stance at one and the same. The real historic interpretation and the real critical aesthetic coincide. This was an old formula of Benedetto Croce, written by Antonio Gramsci, and it became the motto of them. History is not an heritage, it's a critical stance, and this is really important. It needs fortitude and commitment, and there is an expression in Italy, impegno civile, a civic involvement, which is absolutely fundamental here. The last thing, because I've been far too long, is, for instance, and of course you understand why the shock of here the Sala del Carpaccio in the Accademia in the 30s, as it was displayed, and the shock given by Scarpa, which was public after 44, of course. And as you know, like if you go in Palazzo Abatellis, the continuous way of decontextualization operated by Carlo Scarpa, and this is really important. It means, and I think it's still relevant today, Albini writes with the same spirit. The purpose of the exhibition, whether it is a museum or a temporary exhibition, is to make the public understand that the works on display, ancient or modern, are part of the current events of their lives and their living culture. And Argan says, when we place a Madonna of Giotto in a museum, that is to say, to a device that implements an aesthetic type of communication, we put in brackets the meaning that the painting had in the culture of its time and highlight the meaning it has for us today. In other words, we make it our contemporary. This means that the ideal model for the museum is not the museum of ancient art, but the museum of contemporary art. All the museums are museums of contemporary art. So, in that sense, all the authors, and especially Palma Burkari, don't see any difference between contemporary art and medieval art, or contemporary art and Renaissance art. It's all contemporary art. Of course, it creates a lot of criticism and the fury of the conservative people, which were not only the Catholic right wing, of course, but they were qualified as subversive by a good part of the political responsible who would not dare to interfere with them, with Argan or with Longo. That is really interesting. And I could speak about the way they use the concept, the Russian concept of ostranение, the estrangement. The fact is, you have the display is to hold off, to keep distance to the work with its context, to emancipate the work from its context. This is really very original because it means that anachronism is the key concept here. And all these museums were presented as anachronic, but it was precisely the strategic stance. Caterina Macena was more radical. She wrote, "We have to recuse philology," which in Italy rings like a kind of provocation. It's a counter of philology. She writes, "The larger the gap, the more insulated the artwork from the period in which it was produced, the more our reaction will be alive and intense, the more the connection with the artwork will be fertile. The past can be experienced again only because it is mistaken. It's only because it is queer and fragmented that the past can expand the present with allusions, suggestions, meanings which are most probably foreign to the past period." This is interesting because it's their white cube, because in a sense they created some strange and queer kind of white cube. It's exactly the contrary of Clement Greenberg white cube, let's say. You see, the display of the natural of the forms is not to get overridden of what is not the pure, the withdrawal, the specificity of each art. On the contrary, it's about asserting the vital character of the form, to open a space previously unseen to freedom, to open the art to its outside, to history, to the city, to the political space where is the real achievement for each individual. So forms are an education to freedom. And this is why, and this is written in all the manners by these people. So, it's important because in that political purpose, the role of the museum is absolutely crucial. It's up to museum to ensure or reassure the unloading of the old functionalities of the work of art and to inscribe it in today's culture. I mean, it's a part of the museum to produce anachronism. Well, I think I will stop with that, only to recall that this project disappeared more or less after '65. You had extraordinary locations like the Palazzo Abbatellis or the museum in Verona, where you still can see these displays, but most of them were absolutely, sorry, I have to go very quickly, because I'm sorry, Tony, I told you I would go quickly, but it was not. Oh, I don't know where I am. I'm lost. And, well, it does better. But I think I have an image which is a terrible and lamentable conclusion for this very short history. I would like to go to I think the last one. I don't know how I can go. Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay.
Which one?
No, this one, the green one. And I think what is terrible is that one of the last great display, the one of Genova, and this is especially for Cesare, we were speaking about it yesterday, the great masterpiece display by Beppe of the Pieta Rondanini was dismantled in 2015 for the Expo in Milano and replaced, and everything was destroyed. It was displayed in order to have the possibility of having masses of tourists having photos of the Pieta Rondanini with electric light, and with an absolute impossibility to see really the white marble sculpture with electric light, flashes of electric light going on. And I think it's really interesting to see that, for instance, there was a big fuss about the Albini displays in Genova, which are in a very controversial way on the verge of being destroyed or partly destroyed. So I think it's interesting to understand what was at stake for those 20 years between 45 and 65, and I think it can be of use for your own reflection. Thank you. I'm very sorry, Tony. I was way too long. It was,
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I've seen a longer presentation. Should we continue with Tony, maybe? Or yeah. As you wish. As you wish. Maybe you go together. Yeah. That's good. Later. Yes.
Okay, that's better because of these slides.
Okay, so I will not read anything. I will just mention Zdenka Badovinac is the director of Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Ljubljana. Today, two separate buildings. Initially Moderna Galeria, and then expanded to Museum of Contemporary Art Metelkova. For us, I mean, not only for us, this is the most important museum in former Yugoslavia, still functioning as a beacon visible from the outside of the region. The majority of other existing museums in the region perform a different function in their own country, but don't have so much relevance outside of this region, I have to say. It's a pleasure to have you with us again. Zdenka was part of our program since a long time ago. I remember we did a conference for a project called Back to the Future, and we reflected on the establishment of the National Gallery of Kosovo, which doesn't have the word art anymore. In the title, before it was Art Gallery, then Kosovo Art Gallery. And at that time, we had also the pleasure of having the first director of the Kosovo Art Gallery with us, and we were discussing about those beginnings. But today, of course, there are some years after, a bit of a new context also for your institution. And it's great to share with us these developments, but also to reflect on how everything came about. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Albert. It's really great to be here after 1 year. So I will be talking about the museum in Ljubljana, as you said, the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, Moderna Galleria. I will follow what Patricia said before, all is contemporary. It's a very useful start as our institution, Moderna Galleria, you see the main building, but there are two, was established in 1948 as the main institution for modern art at that time, which meant actually the modern and contemporary. You know, this modern and contemporary relation is very complex and has been changing through the 20th century, and today is something again different, and I would like to point to this difference. So since 2011 we have been working in two locations, two big entities called Museum of Modern and Museum of Contemporary Art, but actually it's one institution functioning in two locations. The split between the two is not defined by any strict temporal boundary, but it follows more the conceptual distinction between modern and contemporary, let's say, between that which strives for progress and development and that which above all advocates decolonialization from different dominant positions. So I will be explaining the difference between modern and contemporary following two displays. The display of national 20th century art in Moderna Galleria and the display of our Eastern art collection, Artist 2000 Plus, that was founded in 2000, and it is more or less about post-war avant-garde in Eastern Europe. So the collection Artist 2000 Plus became a core of this new entity, Museum of Contemporary contemporary art. So, but I will start with our national collection in the old building, let's say, in Moderna Galleria, that shows the first room that you see is the central room of the museum, and this room is designed with the actual display. It points to the question how the collective imaginary was built. So the display in this room is not, let's say, modernist. It doesn't follow this idea of the white cube. So here we are already in the question, what is modern, what is contemporary, because the very display is actually more archival, let's say, than the display that would follow the integrity of the work, So it is, as you can see on this image, very much about the text that explains the history of building the art system in 20th century in Slovenia. And you can see very different styles. Here, socialist realism, and before you can detect some very modern, even minimalist work, Slovene kind of pop art, and so on. So the display in this central room also includes some archival documentary material. So we have, for example, two funerals that somehow point to two milestones in the Yugoslav history. One is the funeral of King Alexander of Yugoslavia from 1934, and another one is the funeral of Josip Broz Tito from 1980. So the display ends with a small video presentation of Laibach Group, Laibach Neue Slowenische Kunst, established in the mid of 80s. So the video shows it is about the music video, of course. It's a music group, Geburt einer Nation, which is actually appropriation of the song of the Queen, One Vision. It is only that Laibach sings it in German instead of English, and with the German lyrics, Laibach immediately problematizes the totalitarian aspect of the popular music. In our case, in the display, Geburt einer Nation, of course, problematizes more the construct of the national art. So what is actually a national art? And here is the floor plan of the National Collection in the old building, in the Moderna Galleria. So you can see here the two lines. One is the line that goes in a spiral way, and it is kind of appropriation, let's say, of linear time, of the linear development of the different styles from 20th century, from Impressionism to the art, to the new image from the 80s. And on the bottom you see the line of the interrupted line, which is actually the line of interruptions. So when you enter the gallery, you can decide which way to go. Either you go the linear way and you start with Impressionism, or you go the straight line, the interrupted line, and you choose the line of avant-gardes, the avant-gardes from the 20s, the partisan art, the art of the anti-fascist partisan resistance during the Second World War, the conceptual art, the Neue Slowenische Kunst, which Laibach was also a member, of course. And the display ends with the war posters designed by New Collectivism from 1991. So this line of interruptions actually continues in the Museum of Contemporary Art. So what I would say here that what we contribute to the museums of modern art from contemporary point of view, it's a different idea of the time. So as you could see, we have two different times. One is the time of the linear time, and the other one is the time of interruption, which relates to these different avant-garde concepts, and it actually brings the context, the social, political context in the display. So comparing to modern art, which is more or less about art from art, so the art develops from itself. The contemporary avant-garde line follows more the idea of incursion of reality, which is now incorporated by the various avant-garde movements. So this line, as I said, we continue in the Museum of Contemporary Art Metelkova, although it is of course more complex, because as I said before, the line of the linear line, the line of development of the modern style is actually quoted, it is appropriated. So it means immediately that there is a distance. So what I want to say is that the Modern Art Museum actually is about very contemporary ideas. So the Museum of Contemporary Art, it was opened in 2011, but the first exhibition was presented in 2000 when in Ljubljana we have Manifesta. And the next roundtable is about the Manifesta that is going to be here in 2 years. So what we did, we established the first collection of Eastern European post-war avant-gardes in 2000, and for the first time we presented it in the, at that time, unrenovated former Yugoslav army barracks. You know, Yugoslav army left Slovenia, and many army barracks stayed empty, and one of the buildings in the barracks in Ljubljana was dedicated to Moderna Galleria for whatever use. So we decided to establish the place only for contemporary art and the collection. And you can see here also how the collection a little bit was presented in that unrenovated building, which created a very nice tension between the artworks that was for international public for the first time presented in general, and the building of the former Yugoslav army. So just to add as already a contribution to the next panel is that Manifesta occupied the main museum, main institutions in Ljubljana. We also gave to the curators the Museum of Modern Art, the Moderna Galleria, and we moved with our program to this unrenovated future museum, and I think that was very good idea. So somehow we used the local community, not only we, but also some other agents. We use the presence of Manifesta for the promotion of our new programs. And this was, I think, really the right thing to do. So the artist collection, as I said, became a core of the new museum that we opened in 2011. Just after we had split our activities between modern and contemporary, we conceived 2 displays of the works from our collection related to the conceptual division, as I said. So we started the collection display. The first collection display was presented when the museum was opened, and the title of the first display was The Present and Presence, and already the very title somehow tells you how we understood at that time the concept of contemporary. So the contemporary in our case, and I think you know that there is no universal understanding of contemporary, although you have many different authors and books today written about the concept of the contemporary, but in comparison with modernism, I would say that contemporary is something that has to be defined by different localities. So present and presence means that contemporary is, of course, about a kind of chronological time. So in our case, it starts in the beginning of the 90s when Slovenia became independent country, and with all processes of accelerated processes of globalization, computerization, and all the things that we know at that time. Of course, so we can say this is kind of chronological time that is more or less universal. But of course, there are some specific moments in Eastern Europe, new geopolitical situation in Europe, and so on. And presence would mean something else. It means that the museum presents the works, the conceptual artworks, post-war avant-gardes, that strived for more active position. So presence means that we are active in a certain situation in time. And the collection is about, it starts in the 60s. So it says that contemporary art is actually heir of the everything what art brought in the 60s, and that was also, of course, very active position in the society, you know, very different, we know, and I don't have time to talk more about it. So we, then that was at the end of the 2011 when we opened the museum and the collection, Present and Presence. In the beginning of 2012, after 2 or 3 months, we learned from the Ministry of Culture, which is our financer, we learned that there was no money for the program Electricity Water. So, you know, this is typical, I would say, in Eastern Europe. It is new way of financing the museum. So the money comes, if we have luck, from the European Union, the funding for European regional development. So the local governments take the money without really considering what would be the program. You know, in our case, the program of course, we prepared the program and the minister approved it, but without really engaging deeply into the question of the program and also the question of the financing of that program. So we were without the means to continue the program. So I, as a director, was facing a big dilemma what to do, either to close the museum in the name of the protest or to continue somehow else. So we decided to continue and to repeat the exhibition we opened the museum with. We wrote the manifest of repetition. You can't read it here, unfortunately, but it is very much about the the idea of a repetition, that it is something that we know from contemporary art. It is, of course, a repetition that points to the protest, to the actual problem we were facing, but it is also a repetition as recycling. You know, the recycling as a critique of too fast consumption of intellectual or art content. And it is also about a critique of, it is actually about contemporary art. We have a lot of buzzwords in contemporary art jargon as redefine, rethink, revisit. And then the repetition was also pointing to the fact that repetition is a condition for the history. And if you don't have a condition to repeat, you can't create the history. I wrote at that time that, for example, Picasso's Mademoiselle d'Avignon were not iconic work in the moment when the painting was done, but through different repetitions later. That was also something that Hal Foster wrote in his essay. So the repetition is also about different traumas. So in our case, two traumas are important, and that is the trauma of underdeveloped art system and the trauma of unrealized emancipatory ideals of communism. So then how the theory of repetition, I think we did some nine repetitions. So the repetition in our case looked like that. On the first floor there was the exhibition Present and Presence that we opened the museum with. And Present and Presence was about 11 different times. You remember I was talking about the continuities and interruption exhibition in Moderna Galleria, actually about 2 times. And in the Museum of Contemporary Art, we conceived the display around 11 times to point to the fact how important it is for contemporary art and contemporary art museum to build the concept of multi-narratives. So it is something that is against, of course, this hegemonic concept of linear time and canonic modern art history. So we repeated times because, like, for example, lived time, future time, no future, wartime, ideological time, dominant time, and so on. So with each display, with each new repetition, we some kind of enlarged one of those 11 times and presented more works, for example, from our collection on the second floor. So we did different repetition that also relates to the, what was happening at that time in Ljubljana. It was not only about our problem, but for example in 2012 there was a big uprising in Ljubljana against the right-wing government. So also Irvin group did one performance, and we presented that work among other works in one of the repetitions in our Museum of Contemporary Art. So our collection, Artist 2000 Plus collection, is actually, we think about it as about collection as a tool. So it is also a tool for different international dialogues. So the collection travels, and in 2015 it was presented, the big selection from the collection was presented in Garage in Moscow, and we titled the exhibition Grammar of Freedom, 5 Lessons. So the idea was not only to present the selection from the collection, but also to emphasize how important are the local avant-garde tradition. I think local, regional, Eastern European avant-garde tradition, also for Slovene Yugoslav art. And here, for example, in the middle, you can see the last futurist exhibition by Malevich from Belgrade. I think in Stacion you have something similar from the same family of artists at the moment. So it is a repetition of the last futurist exhibition. You know that after that exhibition only one photography left. Repeating that photography, the photography became an original. So it is very, the relation between the original and copy questions. So the Russian historical avant-gardes are very important issue whenever we try to discuss the collection. But it was not only one question that Grammar of Freedom was dealing with. The very important question was, of course, freedom. The search for artistic freedom in various periods, first in the context of the stifling conditions under the social regimes, then during the war in the 1990s, and then of course during the neoliberal capitalism, global capitalism, and it was also the exhibition, of course, was related to particularly to the relation between Russia and Ukrainian problem at that time. So the individual artworks we organized around different lessons of the Grammar of Freedom, and so one of the lessons was about how to overcome the forces of non-freedom in the artist's body. So, for example, Marina Abramovich would be in that group. And then there was also a lesson how one voice can be heard in the global exchange of the ideas. So in that chapter we had artists dealing with histories, archives and so on. And then there was also a lesson how to create the networks in the international world, and there were artists like the net art project of Kozlowski from the Polish artist from the 70s, who created very important international network, and so on. So the collection traveled in 2017 to Berlin, to Hamburger Bahnhof, and it was one of the 13 chapters in the frame of the Hello World exhibition. I was invited to curate the selection from our collection for that very, very big project, Global World, which was actually mostly about the National Gallery from Berlin. Question how to go on with the urgency to build the global museum. So my display somehow responded to the question of the global museum in a kind of critical way, although very indirectly. So I presented different avant-garde groups mostly from former Yugoslavia, from the 50s to the end of the 80s, and the groups were presented in the pavilions, and the pavilions design followed the original design of the groups. For example, a lot of groups like Exat, one of the important artists, Richter, the architect from Exat Group, designed the expo pavilions for Brussels, for Milan. Here in the first plan you can see the Exat Group pavilion that refers exactly to that expo pavilion in Milan. And then you have OHO, the very important conceptual group from Slovenia, pavilion OHO. So OHO in the 60s created the gallery, the movable gallery, exactly in the design as you can see here. So we actually reconstructed the Sint Gallery. The Sint Gallery that OHO group was using to present their artworks in different non-institutional environments during the 60s. And then the pavilion of the group of 6 artists from Zagreb, and Vadim Zaharov's pavilion, and the pavilion of Neue Slowenische Kunst, and so on. So what I wanted to say is that all the art collectives from former Yugoslavia, mostly, as I said, from former Yugoslavia, developed kind of semi-autonomous territories, metaphorically speaking, of course. So they created kind of parallel infrastructure. So we tried to create sovereign positions vis-à-vis the authorities. They created, for example, the self-economies. They produced the magazines as Gorgona, for example, the anti-magazine. They created their own international networks. And so they, in this way, they served really as a very, very important example of the self-management. Of course, here by purpose I refer also to the self-management system in former Yugoslavia. So in a way, as the collectives, they took their collaboration very seriously, and thus they were in a way more socialist than the socialism itself. So, there are many, ideas especially of the art historians, critics from the West, that the Eastern Europe avant-gardes were dissident, that they were mostly critical about the system and so on. Not at all. They were actually, as I say, practicing the genuine collectivism, self-rule, organization, and so on. So the very idea of the global museum, that was the issue of the Hello World exhibition, for me at least, is problematic, and I wanted to say that when we as a museum participate in such a show, we try to keep our own, let's say, sovereign position. So here the idea of the pavilion was very important, of course.
Zdenka, can I ask you to hold that thought there, and we continue with another example, then we continue with it? Or
Okay.
do you have something more?
No, I just wanted to finish.
Yes, please.
So it is more about this global art museum that was the core of the Hello World exhibition, and the idea of the Yugoslav avant-gardes that were very much about sustainability, and this idea of sustainable museum became very important for us also in building our international network, and also in building the concept of the museum, of the sustainable museum, that we can compare with other models of the museum as universal model, global model, and also the meta museum, which in our case is artistic museum, but this maybe we can then continue to discuss together with Tune.
Thank you so much. We will continue without stopping. I'm really happy that we have with us tonight Hansen. She's a curator, director of Keynote, an important museum in Norway. I will not say anything more. You have texts and you can find information about her work in the museum online. Tony, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Not the air though, because we don't have much air left, do we? So we'll have to share the oxygen that is left, I think. Let me see how I do this here. Thank you. Well, I plan to talk a little bit longer than I am, so I'm going to skip a few slides because I was thinking of talking actually about the very definition of a museum from the organization, the International Council of Museums, that many of us are members of, that runs museums. Not all, because not all do want to follow the rules and regulations that this international committee sets further, but for very many of us it's a very important set of, or at least it's the only opportunity of organizing us that we have, except for projects that Zdenka was talking about, the international collaboration that they have built. But I'm going to leave this, because this is the old one and there's a new one that is much longer and far more diversified, but I think we can leave that for the discussion afterwards and talk about that, because I think it's an interesting situation for museums today that is changing quite a lot of the premises we're working on. So first of all, to say a little bit about me. I was educated as an artist. I'm born in Finnmark, as far northeast in Norway as you can get. It's on the Russian border. I know the whole long country of Norway very well, which is a very diversified cultural country, I must say, but with its main institutions, or at least the well-financed institutions in the south, where I now live, in Oslo. The museums, I would say, let me say a little bit about the museum I work for first. It's the Henje Onsdag Kunstsenter. It's a little bit hard to pronounce, but it's consisting of two names, the Sonja Henje and Nils Onsdag. You see them here to your right, with the two architects that designed the museum that I work for. This museum was established as the first privately funded museum for contemporary art and performance and music and dance and whatever could be connected to contemporary culture at that time, at the model pretty much of the Stedelijk and the Moderne Museet, wanting to combine and to create a space for cross-disciplinarity rather than one art form alone. And I think the most radical part of the program in the 70s was actually within performance and theater and ballet, because those forms were not really defined already, while the exhibitions were more classical. So 1968 in Norway is a very different place than today. Today Norway, or Oslo, is the fastest growing city in Europe. We're building like crazy. I see you do that here as well. There is an optimism still within the oil business. We just relabeled it a little bit so that we can still finance our projects with the oil money. So it's also a situation where we're leaving old buildings in favor of new. We're leaving old regimes and thoughts in favor of new thoughts. And this is a shift that is quite problematic to actually date, because it starts immediately after the bombing and the terrorist attack in 9/11 in Norway. And we've seen a shift afterwards then with almost 8 years of populist government, or a coalition between populists and conservatives, and liberals and Christians, but still, it's a very peculiar situation. So you could say at one side that there's no lack of money, but there is a new ideology being in place, substantially supported by the oil funds, of course. Anyway, 68, this couple asked two young architects that had never built anything before to design the museum. Here they are collecting. They met in the US and collected. And at the opening in 68, they donated around 400 works, mostly French school paintings, even though they lived in the US. They collected the French school. And as we've learned, many of the works that they collected came to the US through various reasons due to the Second World War. So I've been there as a director since 2011, and I'm going to skip this. Very soon after I took over the museum, I got a letter from a lawyer, American lawyer, stating that one of the paintings in the collection was stolen during the Second World War, and that we should return it immediately unless they would go to the press. Our first reaction was, of course, we're not going to return this painting immediately, and we're not very much afraid of the press. So we invited the press in first and told them about the story, and gave the story to Norwegian newspapers, that it was already out in the open when this trauma started. But anyway, we were faced with a history And the Henionsta has a collection of 400 core works, but we have maybe 8,000 works by now, a lot of fluxus related works, historical, avant-garde, and a huge collection of Kurt Switters that is collected by a savings bank foundation that is supporting us. So still, we had to do some research. And the thing is, one thing is running a museum that has a national mandate, like a national museum has. A private museum has, private persons have collected with the idea of having these paintings in their homes and not maybe displaying them in a museum. And when they become a museum property, a whole other set of rules and regulations apply to the work. So we had to start digging into our own collection, and we had to at least look into the works that were painted before 1945. And as you all know, Norway was occupied during the Second World War. Sonja Hennie had a few meetings with Hitler, so she had a bad history of that. And Nils Onsdag worked with shipping in the US and made his fortune during the war as well. So it's a complex period, a very, very grey period indeed. So this is the first time my museum entered the New York Times front page. Because the family of this painting was the Paul Rosenberg family. And they escaped the war in Paris and fled to the US eventually and set up a new museum there. Matisse stayed and continued painting, and this is Lydia Delektorskaya. And the one thing is that when you start digging into the history of a painting or an artwork, you have to deal with the people. And you don't only work with the value of the project or the history of the travel of the work itself, you have to deal with the people that have been involved with that painting as such. That's what we learned from looking at how artists have been working on provenance research. And one of the most important artists for us dealing with this trauma of having to deal with Second World War within your own collection is of course Hans Hakke, who very early on started working on thinking about the history of works and what that means actually. And that an artwork isn't just an artwork. It has its history, and that history has to be told somehow. So this is Lydia posing for the painting, and it's interesting to see that Matisse painted the modernist grid on the wall behind the model, so it was very easy and quick to paint this painting. And I think he made like 20 paintings of her in this dress. And this is the dress. This is Paul Rosenberg. I'm going to take you very quickly through this history now, because you should also know that Henionsta is a very small institution. I have 3 curators and me, no registrar, so any kind of work like this you have to do yourself. So for 3 years, me and Anna Maria Bresciani, a Colombian Italian curator working for me, were going through archives in Paris, in Washington, because the Allied won the war. They took many of the archives to the US, so you had actually to go there to research these kind of theft. So we found out that indeed the painting was taken in Livorno from the storage of Paul Rosenberg. It was also led and taken to the to Champ de Pomme in Paris and then redistributed. That we know. And then all the lies starts. And I'm just taking you to all these kind of old images that we don't have time to stop by, but it proves, this kind of efficiency of a bureaucracy that the Nazis set up that is very useful today when you try to trace an artwork. But you also see that a work like Matisse, who would paint the same imagery again and again and again, he uses very, very descriptive titles, and the titles changes depending on who owns the painting. So we traced more than 20 different titles for this painting. And this is also, of course, a challenge when you start working into the archive. So these are some of the letters and the papers we found. It absolutely went to a guy called Görlich. He sold it to someone called Petrides. Petrides says then that he didn't buy it. And we had to go all through these kind of court documents in Paris. And you can imagine that in a court, anything you write on, anything that you leave behind in the court is actually archived. So you go through bits and pieces of paintings and drawings of scribblers and doctors' reports and things like that. So then the trail it stops. We can't really figure where the painting has been until 10 years later, where we find it in the insurance papers of Nils Onsdag, who had bought it some time ago in Paris. The gallery is gone. The law to keep your archives open is 10 years. Lodimir, one of the supporters of the gallery, said that they were burned. No access, no details. So you're left with a lot of stories and open endings, and you have to make a decision of how on earth did this painting end up in the US and how did it actually get to Norway. So the insurance papers for his Manhattan flat is the only trace we can find for this painting. There's no receipts in our archive because it was a private ownership until they entered the museum. So these are just some letters that he wrote. I mean, immediately when this museum was planned in 1961, he started doing his own research, but he couldn't really find an answer to where he was. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't, we don't know. So end of it all was that we had to return this painting to the family, or we decided that we would like to do that. And the painting went to Paris, to Anne Sinclair and her family, the Rosenberg family in Paris, and has since been offered to me for acquisitions twice. It's been sold twice. I couldn't afford it. I could have built a new museum for that amount of money, so I wouldn't do that. But then, what do you do with this kind of trauma when you see a painting like this leaving? Well, you have one choice. You just leave it at that and continue, or you actually use it as a possibility of telling a story. And Albert, when you were talking about this, me coming here and talking to you, was talking about the social role of the museum and what kind of educational function can we have, and can an exhibition actually be a place for further research and for opening up the knowledge that the museum have that could otherwise be hard to communicate. So, and that's what we did. You can get quite nerdy when you've been to this kind of archives for years. You start kind of loving the smell of it. Oh yeah, here's the lawyer posing with his procession. So finally, the New York Times came back again and made a story called "For Norwegian Museum, a Lost Producers Again." And dealing with this trauma for us was very important in two ways. I mean, me as an artist, or having been an artist and becoming a museum director, is the respect for research done by artists themselves, and to involve them also within the research we were doing. So very early on, when we started this hunt for information on these works, we invited a group of artists to follow our research and to do research on their own, on our works, and taking it into the ways they would like to do themselves. And it took us in very many directions, I would say, but still we could see that many of the artists were very interested in how ideas travel, how value changes, and the exchange of goods also as an important history in terms of the value and the quality of an artwork. So it ended up with an exhibition called In Search of Matisse, and a publication called Looters, Smugglers and Collectors. That brings together quite a lot of scholars and people that have been working more poetically, but also clearly rational with the archives and the research on provenance. And provenance research, you all know what that is. It's something that the auction houses should do a little bit more, maybe. They are being forced to do so now, but it is to create a chain of ownership for an art object or even an artifact from Syria, and to make sure that any work that is entering the market has a clear background. And the museums too have to do this. I mean, but then again, you have to remember that Norway was, during these times, a very poor country, so very few works of this kind of value exist. I mean, I have 2 Matisses left in my collection out of 3. So that's how museums are in Norway, and by now the value of them are so high that you can just forget about buying, and it's not that interesting either. But still, value changes dramatically. I mean, we saw the image of Picasso's Guernica Trouble It also came to Norway at the students, at the artist's house. It could. It could because it was important, and because the value of it was differently understood than you do today. So I think it's also interesting to discuss that in terms of the artworks and how they actually are traveling. The other thing I must say is that we always show the collection, but we change it quite often, because I see it also as a tool of activating the past, and this exhibition in Stacion is an example of that, of the possibility of creating a dialogue with history with contemporary artworks, and to make it contemporary, as Patricia also was talking about, the possibility of being contemporary, and using that side point, as a museum can be, to create this kind of dialogue and discourse with society through this. And of course, this is a very important Jewish history, and you have to know also that during the war in Norway, more than 700 Jews were transported on one ship and killed. It was extremely well organized, because Norway was pretty much a nationalist society, even though we had a very popular today resistant movement. This was organized by the taxi drivers. The police organized the taxi drivers. They got paid 10 kroners to picking up the Jews all around the city and bringing them to this port and actually taking them out of the country. So this was also a possibility for us to talk about genocide and also the role of society within these kind of situations through one single painting. So we had 19 paintings in the collection that also were painted before 1945, so we had to investigate them as well. One we think is a fake. I wouldn't tell you one, which, but some have been hung in the wrong way, some we don't really know. And in very many cases, we ended up knocking doors that are closed, especially in Paris. A lot of old galleries that wouldn't open the door at all, wouldn't let us in, wouldn't actually talk about this unless they were forced. So we had to make our own history and to show all the open ends. And so we did. This is Mats Leiderstam's earlier work, Provenance. I'm not going to talk about that now. This is Paul Klee, where we display the history we knew and the history that we know now, the provenance history of the work. This is Miran who made a project called The Guest, which is actually a meteor. It's a meteor that landed in South America and that was sold several times at eBay, and she picked it up at her local post office. So that's also another way for an artwork to travel, and she made a whole project about this idea of how things travel with a performance as well, and a spoken word performance. So Dag Erik Elgin, one artist that was very early on working on this project with us and who made a work that we actually acquired, is called Halbfigur einer rotblonden Frau, die in einem Sessel von SM Kamin sitzt, auf dem zwei Vasen mit Blumen stehen, über dem ein Matisse gemaltes Bild hängt. And you remember the painting? It's a very precise description of the painting made by the Nazis on the inventory card when it went to the Champ de Pomme. So he made this kind of an abstract poem out of it, consisting of 11 canvases that are in the scale of the original Matisse. And this work is now in the collection as a memory of this project. Hans Hacke, I'm sure you all know, his research on Manet, project called Manet 74. Project 74 created a scandal when it was first shown, and has since been a very important project to relate to when it comes to actually doing research on provenance, and that the fact that the painting is not just a painting. It consists of all its history that it brings with it. So Michael Rakovic, an American artist of Jewish background from Iraq, have made several projects on how ideas and works travel, and this is Spoils. I'm going to take you to The Invisible Enemy Should Not Exist, which is a project dealing with the fact that his country was invading Iraq, his old home country, and not being willing or able to protect the museum from plundering. And then going through the archives there, and he is consistently recreating the objects that have disappeared from that museum, but he's doing them in paper and he's wrapping them in materials that are from that region. So that's another way of dealing with this kind of trauma. And it has to be displayed with the help of an archaeologist, and it comes also with very precise text, both about the work but also about the political situation creating this trauma. Mats Leiderstam went deeply back into his roots of being a painter and made scenes through the grid. And if any one of you are trained as a painter, as I was in the 90s, the modernist grid was very kind of the basis of how we learn how to deal with the canvas. Still was taught in the 90s, and also for Mats Leiderstam. So he went back to that when he did a project relating to the one Bonnard that we have in the collection. That has a very interesting drama in it, but otherwise it's quite boring. We won't go there. So this was also a possibility of displaying, of course, the collection together with the artworks. The collection with the contemporary artworks, sorry. It's getting late. Céline Candarelli also created a very interesting installation, Average Spatial Composition 1 and 2, which is a take on Katarzyna Kobrow's furnitures for Museum Sturczy that doesn't exist anymore, and that has been recreated by some very few photos and drawings. So it's a copy of a copy of a copy. That would be interesting for you, Zdenka, in terms of how do you redesign something and how do you actually retell a story. So this is the catalog, and I think I'm going to give you a little bit of air. But I think it's important for me to say that, just to wrap this up, I had to wrap it up with a dinner, because Michael Rakovic also works with food, and I think food is a very interesting topic also in terms of bringing people together also in an institution. And his Enemy Kitchen was performed at the Freedom of Speech organization in Oslo, where he served dinner made upon the recipes of his grandmother from Iraq. So that was also a very important part of it, and the Iraqi ambassador came, a female ambassador came and gave a very touching speech. So using the opportunity of one singular event to create a larger project that could relate to very many topics within society today, I think was very important to us. And this is, of course, also the possibility of being self-critical in terms of the history that you're set to actually present, because the Henny Onsdag was a private institution, privately funded for a very long time, but then it slowly entered into the public support structure. And as soon as you are a public institution receiving at least 2/3 of your public income, you have to deal with your own history and to figure also how to deal with not only the donator's history, but the situation you create for this space today. So I think this was a very important project to learn from for us. And something that we're taking with us further on in terms of working with artists within the museum and actually changing the way we think. Thank you.
Thank you for being so concise somehow at this time. Mentioning food in the end was probably interesting for everyone. But right now we will continue. I invite three of you in the table, and I will just say briefly something why. So how to contextualize everything, and maybe it's important to also tell you a bit more about this space where we are. This is a very particular space which was also shown to us by an artist. So an artist, a young, ambitious Jewish American artist came to Kosovo through her research initially started in Belgrade, Serbia, Romania, countries a bit higher up. Her research was about Jewish existence, Jewish heritage, buildings, property, traces, basically. And her research was nothing more different than what our government was trying to do since the end of the war. But the capacity that she showed as an artist to research and discover more than, let's say, 2 or 3 governments together did was impressive for us. And it showed not only the lack of capacity that these governments have or had, but the lack of artists to penetrate sometimes deeper than anyone else can. Basically, the story is quite striking and important to share with you. In Kosovo, there was a lot of stories created by governments, and they've become reality at some point when you repeat them more and more. That in Kosovo, for instance, there was a Jewish synagogue, or similar stories which could not be traced to actual facts, because the archive in Kosovo is a hugely problematical area. So archival institutions operate with either limited or damaged archives. The best possible archival material presently today are newspapers. The rest are documentations which you find accidentally or... and in her research, she understood that the archive of the Jewish community that used to live in Kosovo until the end of the war, 1999, was taken away because the director of the archive was a Serbian-speaking Jew. Basically, the Jewish community in Kosovo were all Serbian-speaking. After the war, we have a family that discovered that they're also with some Jewish heritage, and they are Albanian-speaking. But they all left together with the Serbian army, administration. A lot of Kosovar Serbs also left the country after the war, not even waiting for 1 million Albanian refugees to come back in Kosovo. And when he left, he took those 2 boxes. There were 2 boxes, basically. In those 2 boxes, we assumed that there was information about social relations, property, everything. Only 2 boxes. The lack of the archive of 2 boxes gives space for different narratives, speculations, stories. This building appeared in some interviews that she was doing with members of the Jewish community in Belgrade, and some associations here in Kosovo. And this gave her the space to try to do an exhibition, let's say, in the building. She approached the American Embassy, the municipality, and she was instructed by a partner institution that is also a partner institution for the summer school to work with us for the project. I had no idea. As you normally do, I checked her biography. I said, okay, let's meet her. You know, the project seemed relevant, a bit too ambitious, but okay. As soon as we came to the building, I remember this door was opened, and I just saw the ceiling, basically, because the whole space was full of trash and rubble. So it's like there was a small mountain of carpets and things in the center of the city. But the height, I mean, this height of this building is, even the National Gallery has a very low ceiling, basically. There's no building in Prishtina that has this height. And then we started this process, heavily curated project, just cleaned the space, installed lights. She did a beautiful performance, just welcoming people inside the building, leaving some traces of the white dust and everything else. And in the end, we said, okay, we are staying, you know, because the local government had planned to demolish the building. The building has a long history. In the end, we did a conference. The continuation of the research produced a conference. In the end of the conference, she came to an understanding that the story that she was told about the building, that it was previously a Jewish school, a yeshiva that functioned early on, were not really factual. So it was maybe not what we were, but for us, nevertheless, this neighborhood was very important. In the neighborhood, and I wrote a text about the exhibition, you had Jewish presence, Jewish community living in the neighborhood, you had Greeks, Albanians, Serbs, Turks. So this was a very multicultural neighborhood in a very multicultural city, which, if you exclude the international presence, is no longer. So in, let's say, 2005, through another research project, we realized that there are only something like 57 Serbian families living in Prishtina. Before the war, there were thousands in Prishtina, not only in this city, but these were the consequences of what had happened during the war and as a result of it. This building is presently administered by Stacion in coalition with a number of independent organizations, but without a clear administrative relations with the municipality. Basically, the municipality is not willing to create space for arts so easily. You usually need an international mediator or something that happens accidentally, and then it functions as a catalyst. Another space that was created in Prishtina also had, let's say, a Belgian intervention, which created a space. That space today functions as a sort of community center called Tarrago. But why I'm saying this is like the idea of a museum, which was formulated 12 years ago through a project of the Ministry of Culture, today seems totally forgotten. So 12 years ago, the country projected a different infrastructure for arts and culture, not only a museum of contemporary art, but an opera house and different other investments. But this wave of populist policies that are dominating also our country, with mostly investments in infrastructure, meaning highways, super expensive highways for a tiny country, the longest and the tallest bridge in Balkans, and the poorest country of the region, and similar, have left the country without necessary infrastructure for the arts, but also for the, not only visual arts, but theater, music, festivals, and similar. And presently, this space and another small space are the only spaces which are used to show contemporary art. If you bypass the National Gallery, which now and then have important exhibitions or important times of development, this shows the present capacity in terms of infrastructure that this country has. And for me, I mean, when I witnessed also the lecture that Patricia gave at a SIMA Congress, it was super relevant to also what happens here after the war. Similarly, the experience that Zdenka has with the museum in Tone, it was a nice complexity to show also for the participants of the summer school in our public. I mean, not to make it long, I'll just have, I have to read just, even longer, just a small detail in relation to another building, and this is also in relation to Manifesta, which is basically, to put it directly, Manifesta was never supposed to happen in Prishtina. You know, like, besides what the art scene itself does, in terms of the administration and public institutions, this is like totally a non-secure development to happen. You know, like I think it's totally grounded on Ibrahim Rugova would say on the people, but then on the institutions. Just a few months ago, a very interesting process which happened in Prishtina somehow came to a close. The local government wanted to demolish a former shopping mall in the center of the city, which was identified in 2012 as a potential building to create space for the new Museum of Contemporary Art as a new institution. The local government wanted to demolish the building to create space for a project in collaboration with the European Union, which would create a so-called Hall of Europe, a concert hall. So a lot of citizens, not only people related to arts, protested basically, and there was a large momentum created through social media, through different organizations, and then a proposal was put forward to the Ministry of Culture, and under a lot of public pressure, the Ministry of Culture decided to list the building under protection, basically. So the building is now under protection, but it's still not in a, let's say, the story has not come to an end, because the government was trying to pressure the Ministry of Culture to take it away from under protection. Similar interesting developments which show that legislation and law in this country has to be in place or enforced. Otherwise, even the government can break the law. I mean, this was just to contextualize this panel. If anyone has any question, maybe I just want to open first for questions from the audience, and then we can get it. Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for the presentation. It was really a pleasure to listen to all of you. I have a question for Patricia in relation to the concept of arredamento. And so you were talking about working from inside, and I was wondering if you identify this idea of the interior and the construction of these interiors as a form of creation of an Italian identity, a national and propaganda project as well to create a national identity in a moment when the Republic is created and the empire has somehow fallen. And I mention that because for me what is fascinating is the idea that even we are talking about interiors, all these architects were also connected to forms of circulation of images, like all the magazines of Domos and so on. So for me, this notion between the interior and the larger territory of the media, but also the interior and the territory itself of Italy, and how through design and art, an architecture, there was the possibility to educate perhaps a new form of living and perhaps a new idea of Italy. But I don't know if I'm reading too much. If you will identify this as a propaganda and nation building project somehow.
No, I think I see why you can think that, but I think you are thinking to Joe Ponti and so on. But this is a very different situation, and absolutely it was exactly the contrary of producing a national imagery. On the contrary, they had it for 20 years. It was over, and sorry. It's just on the side. No. So they had it for 20 years and it was over, this kind of interest. On the contrary, I think it's much more about what kind of vital experience can we have with a work of art. And here it's exactly the contrary of having the museum as a silhouette in a landscape. We have this culture today. Here it's on the contrary, this museum don't have an external form, as a matter of fact, in a way, because they are built inside. So it's first structural necessity, they have to build something inside, okay? But at the same time, it's a political necessity. It's on the contrary, to take a part of the propaganda. It's not about propaganda, it's not about national identity, it's about being contemporary and living contemporary. And this is exactly the contrary, if I may. So they had this culture, of course, of these people had been trained before World War II, and they were used with fantastic magazines and so on. They had this strategic skill, but the whole issue is exactly the contrary. And this is why, to end it, they are both intervening in both design and art, and you cannot figure out. This is important.
I have a question for Patricia, if there's I have a question for you as well, or a more comment, because I think it's interesting, this discussion about the interior, exterior, because you see also, if you look at the museums, look at Moderna Museet Stockholm, Louisiana Museum outside of Copenhagen, also my museum, you can barely see it in the landscape. It's built as if to disappear. Mm-hmm. It's not monolithic. And you have a
mean the museum as
as a structure itself.
In the landscape.
Yes, so it's an idea of not the monolithic museum is our time. There's a period after the war where you build museum on a human scale.
Exactly.
Where you're actually supposed to feel at home. Mm. It's, the scale is made for your body, not for 2,000 bodies. So it's this intimacy with you and the object that is also described in the work they deal with each of the objects and lifting them through that. So I think it's also very interesting to see this kind of the way you think and administer space within the museum today. It's different.
What is interesting is that not only they did, they were thinking the museum from the inside, but it's inside in a political way. Mm. You don't have to recognize the silhouette of the museum. In a way, you have that in the 20s with the Museum Bad Berlage in Den Haag, for instance. It's a museum. I could not make a drawing of the museum, but I know that the space are extraordinary. And if you want to see very well painting and culture, you get inside a Berlage museum and you feel at ease and you feel comforted and you feel well to see things. So I think this is really important. This is an issue for all the museums. As you know now, the Louvre is quite close to the public because it's so overcrowded by people going to see the Joconde, because the director of the museum wants to have 10 million visitors, which is a nightmare. And all the chairs have been ripped away, swept away. You cannot stay. You cannot sit. You cannot lose time in a museum. You have really to be at the same vitesse than the capital. That money, it's really nightmarish. This is why I think we still have to learn about thinking a museum from the inside, no matter about the exterior. I'm not interested in the exterior, with glorious exceptions like the Getty, the Gehry one in Basque Country, but really let's stop with this nonsense of a museum being an image and a label.
Okay, I'm going to give a break. Let's have some water and coffee and something. We come back after 15 minutes. Thank you.
But it's true. I mean, the architecture of Hansen, so you can't take a good photo of it.
Thank you so much for being back. We continue with the second panel for tonight. We lost one member of the panel. He disappeared. This means we will be shorter. We should be happy. No, jokes aside, I'm very happy that we have with us tonight in the panel Tatiana Tarrago, Miran, Mohar, Marina, Otero. We also had Rugova, but you left. We will somehow try to compensate missing him in the panel. I will be super short, just say a few words about Miran, who also will moderate the panel, and then we will give the floor to Tatiana Tarrago from Manifesta. So Miran Mohar is a member of Hedwig group. He was very instrumental also with the idea of starting of the summer school as a project, and for us together with the project since the beginning. I mean, we collaborated even before with the group. Most recently in 2012 for the project called Identity Restoration Reloaded, when we showed in the center of the city a piece which appeared also in one of the images that Zdenka showed in Albanian language, Time for a New State, tried to connect developments in Kosovo and the flirtation with the old nationalist project for reunification with Albania. I will not make it longer. Thank you so much. If you have to say something in the beginning, please do so, and then we continue.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It seems that I'm the only partly local on this panel, 50% local, I would say. So since life is not fair, it means we are the second in the row. So you would hate us much if it would be too long. So, but I would not stop anyone, you know. So I mean, I would just leave it to everyone else, everyone to be as long as he thinks, you know. But Manifesta is coming to your town, to your city soon. This is in 3 years. Today we will talk a little bit about it. We will talk, everybody from us will tell something about Manifesta experience. I will be at the end. So I would like first to just shortly introduce the first speaker. So Tatiana, Tarrago, we know each other from Belgium, is with us, and she's a designer from Elisava Design School of Barcelona, and holds a postgraduate degree on exhibition and museum elements and scenography architecture. She is the head of production and programming at the permanent team of Manifesta. She also do other projects, but today we will not go to details because you have paper there in the room, passage to the bar, and you can read it. So, Tatiana, the floor is yours. Okay, we'll have this now. We will have debate at the end. First will be you, and then will be the second, and then will be Marina Otero. I've introduced her before her speech. And I will be at the end, and then we will see how much energy we have and how much questions, and we'll go on. I must say that I feel a little dizzy because in the last 3 days, 4 days, I eat something what was not really, I shouldn't do that, you know, maybe. So it looks that it's safer to eat money sometimes, you know. But, you know, I apologize for being maybe a little less energetic or slow and so on, but I try my best, you know. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Miran. Okay, so is it this here, right?
Technician,
yeah.
Is it okay?
Okay. Alberto Mbala asked us to talk about the legacy of Manifesta for Manifesta 14 in Pristina, which for us is a bit early. No, we just started with the research. We came 4 weeks ago with a small international group, and just started. We still have a lot of people to talk with, most of you in the room as well. So I will basically talk a bit about how the biennial turned from visual arts biennial into a more interdisciplinary event, and maybe drop some legacy examples of the previous editions. I will skip this part. I think everybody knows that Manifesta started after the fall of Berlin Wall and exploring politics in those times. So this is a bit where we've been trying to go. North started east-west exploration, and every time going more a bit north-south. And yeah, in a way reflecting on Europe's changing DNA, no? The edition, so the edition of Palermo is the one that I want to concentrate on as an example of how it changed from visual arts into a more interdisciplinary. Palermo, the Palermo edition was commissioned by the Mayor Luca Orlando and the Chancellor of Culture Andrea Cussomano, and It started with quite some high expectations. So it was kind of like a challenge. You know, they were asking us to comes later. So Palermo was very interesting for us. It was almost the southern part in the center of the Mediterranean. So a Mediterranean hub, very strategic point. It was very much ready for a change, facing the most urgent issues of Europe very directly, like migration or climate change. It has an amazing history and syncretism of cultures and civilizations. It was at the moment where Manifesta was going to be also the capital of Italian capital of culture. It had it was becoming quite a touristic hub at that moment, and increased with the arrival of Manifesta in a way. And they also offered unique locations where to work with. The Palermo was for a lot of time the capital of mafia. Was dominated by non-democratic forces for many decades. It became afterwards the anti-mafia capital, thanks in part to the work of Leo Luca Orlando, the mayor, and his mandate in the 90s. And it was at that moment becoming the Italian capital of culture. And they were the commission in a way from the city hall was to, or the big from the city hall was to claim back the center of the city, that had gone through these years of different dominations. So in a way, what they were asking us was to work on an urban scale, which was for us was quite challenging, and the way the way we did that was by commissioning an urban study to OMA, the let's say research branch of the Rem Koolhaas office. And the Ippolito Pastellini, which is one of the partners, led that urban study. That gave us a bit of let's say an X-ray of the city, how the city operates and how we can intervene, what kind of tools we can create to really claim back that city, for the citizens. So the urban study, as examples, I can show some of the slides of the urban study that looked into different, how Palermo is situated, for example, in the Mediterranean, where it is the center of data, internet, undersea data cables, or commercial routes, or gas pipelines, or migration routes, and how that would influence in the city, historically and contemporary. They also looked into environmental status quo of the area, biological migration, sea level rise, temperature rise, etc. So all this data, for example, about migration, which they always claim that Sicily in general has a lot of migration. It does. It's the arrival, one of the arrival doors to Europe. Most of the migration then moves upwards to north. But they do, and especially with the mayor Leo Luca Orlando, he has this fight to claim mobility as a human right. So it's an important part of the DNA of Palermo. This is how the many communities, the Tamil community, for example, was very long for long time in Palermo and very embedded. They, for example, have the urban study also mapped all the temples that were built up in Palermo in garages or storage places. All this was information that was used, to map the city, for the citizens themselves to have a kind of like a blueprint of their own city for thinking on further developments, on future developments on the city. But it also worked very well worked as a research for the curators to develop the concept, and for the artists or participants, we call them since that edition, to also develop their projects and mingle with the city. So if they, for example, looked into build projects, this was an amphitheater built 5 years ago. It's in this state. No, it was built and then never used and never maintained and never. So you deal very much with those issues in Palermo. Abandoned buildings in the very center of Palermo. No, this is the heart, the Quattro Canti, the very center of Palermo. This building, it's a 17th century building that is completely abandoned and ruined, and that would, in a way, the urban study also helped map the possible venues, or possible locations where Manifesta could work together with the neighborhoods. As I was saying, it ended in a publication that was not only, as I was saying, not only for the curators to develop the concept, but also for the artists, and it helped into deciding the group of curators. Finally, Ippolito, the lead partner of OMA in the urban study, became one of the curators of. One of the curators of the I was looking for this one. One of the curators of the biennial, together with he's an architect, together with another architect, Andres Jaque, Spanish architect and artist and involved in politics, and Blerta van der Haak, filmmaker, and Miriam Maradin is a Swiss contemporary art curator. So they basically, again, out of the Palermo Atlas was the name that we gave to the urban study. And also this painting from Francisco Loiacono was mapped, or they identified that most of the plants in this painting were actually coming from somewhere else, and that's very much the DNA of Palermo, and the DNA of most of Sicily. And that's a bit where they based their concept. Also inspired by the Ortobotanico, the botanical garden in Palermo, which was created in 1779 as a lab to where plants were where they would investigate how plants can adapt to other environments. And that was translated into all types of approaches, as migration, but also coexistence, and also the migration of data, the migration of what the maps were telling us before from the urban study. How was this translated into the biennial? This was the headquarters of Manifesta 12. I actually have to say that apart from the urban study, the education department started very early in Manifesta 12 in Palermo. Also already working with communities and exploring on audiences, and exploring on collaborations between different neighborhoods, having projects with different schools. I will tell you a bit more about that later on. So yeah, and we had already a pre-biennial program. No, we opened with a small program while we were preparing the biennial, inviting the artists, had talks, or we had collaborations with other institutions locally to prepare the coming of Manifesta. We also had a little exhibition about the previous editions where we would show to different the schools or different groups that we would create. During the biennial, we had quite a public program. This was in a way the Manifesta headquarters, no, during the pre-biennial, but also during the biennial, and where people would gather. This is Teatro Garibaldi. It's a building that it's in Piazza Maggiore, which is let's say conflictive square where. Let's say that you start seeing gentrification, but the local, no, the neighborhood is very present and very dominant in all ways. No, we actually had to work a lot with them for them to approve that we were there. Now the theater is still working. It's still open. It was squatted and then closed for some years. We used it as headquarters, and now it's still open and working, and yeah, with quite some program from local initiatives. Still looking for an administration though to take over. This, for example, I'm showing you a bit the different venues that we worked into, so that you see the type of venues, and I can explain now a bit how would they be used afterwards if they were. This was again, finally we managed to use Palazzo Costantino in Quattro Canti, the abandoned palace that was under Judge's under the judge's management because of not payment of the owner, etc. We basically with Manifesta, and I guess most of you will know, the ones that have seen a Manifesta, with the buildings we try to reactivate them. We don't refurbish them in its full work. No, and we use with we install the works with the artists. They select also their locations with what the building is already offering. Here we had quite some cleaning to do because it was quite, as Albert was saying, with this building, that one was also quite some rubble. This is, for example, another example is Palazzo Botera, which is huge palazzo that was bought by a collector. He's bringing his big collection into the place and turning into. It was the biggest investment ever at these times for arts in Palermo. No? So he has quite some power in that sense. We used in a way it was a way of activating the place as well. We used the second floor. They've been renovating the whole palazzo. It's perfectly renovated except this floor, which was still under construction, and that's what we often like in Manifesta. See, basically we clean. This is the work by Renato Leota, which are these tiles on the floor, and the rest would stay the same. This was another case of reactivating, as happened in Ljubljana a bit with the Contemporary Art Museum. So yeah, artists working with space. This was Palazzo Aiutami Cristo. I have to say, I'm thinking that probably I should have put the outdoor photos because they were amazing palaces, but I wanted to show you also a bit how the inside was before and how the outside was afterwards. No, the refurbishment here was zero. It is true that in this case, this palace, we did install electricity and fire system and security system, etc., and it's now fully used by exhibitions. Right from the moment we closed and dismantled, they started programming in there, and that's I think the fastest impact that Manifesta had, especially in this building. As you see, we clean, we put light, but that's it. This is the work by Filippo Pinelli. Floors were left as they were, holes on the walls were left as they were, and this is another of the palaces. I go through fast because maybe forensic oceanography, was working with us a lot and had quite some network in Palermo as well. This was coming now to collaboration. This was work by Laura Poitras, Oscar winner in documentary. She developed a program with Centro Experimentale, it's a film school in Palermo. It's documentary branch of the National Film School, and she developed a whole workshop with the students that was actually included. The work at the end, it's her own work, her own film, and the work that you see here in the front is the work of the students. So she, apart from the students producing with her, she included the work of the students in the exhibition. Another project that was, this is Pizzosella. It's also this interdisciplinarity that I wanted to tell you about. This is Pizzosella. It's an abusive construct, quite big, as you see. This is a national park near the sea, and it was abused and constructed by mafia. All these buildings, private houses. New mandate came in and they were stopped. So it was left the building, apart from 10% maybe of the houses. The rest of the houses were stopped and they were left as skeletons as you see them. So we invited Rotor, the architect group from Brussels, that actually are architects not really constructing but deconstructing, very chirurgical. They were very interested in this neighborhood. We wanted them in a way to bring the neighborhood to the center. That was a bit how they were commissioned. But then they finally went there and they said, no, we need to bring the Palermo to this hill. This hill was closed. It's all fenced because there is still some people that lives there. And Palermo, look, this is the view of, for example, Palermo from that hill, and actually Palermo, no one from Palermo knew this view of Palermo, What they did in a way was to and Palermo was looking back into this hill because of these abusive constructions, and the owners of the houses that the few that are living there are living scared on how reactive the citizens can be into the construction of these houses and then them living there, And with the project of Rotor that brought many Palermitans that could never had that point of view, they brought them there and it completely changed. They also actually because this house, they cleaned it, they built these fences and they made it welcoming for visitors. But the point of the work was to actually create a path to walk through the mountain to arrive to this neighborhood, so that you didn't have to go through the gated community, for example, Then there was, for example, the work of Jordi Colomer, new Palermo Felicissima, who very much identified, and that's also in a way thanks to his point of view, but also thanks to the urban stadium. He worked in this border in between the touristic neighborhood, the center, well taken care now, not before, but now, and disadvantaged neighborhood, and he did a film and invited several or collaborated with several fishermen that were touring in the film. Jalil Yatiku also had collaborated with 50 participants in his performance. Marina Senatore, over 100 people. She engaged with several communities and several groups, not only dance but also social groups. Opening, for example, this was it's an incredible place. It's an archive that it's well, it has 1 meter big books with registrations from the city administration, was never open. It was a way to how Manifesta in a way identified places that should be open to Palermitans, to the citizens themselves and to local, and see how those spaces could be reactivated or could be become part of the citizens. The project in Zen was another very successful project. It was about appropriating, or it's a disadvantage. It's a disadvantaged neighborhood. It was a squatter. The canalization is not done. The electricity is all. They are all hooked into illegally. The water wasn't. And there is. We invited Coloco and Gilles Clément to develop a work with the community. So it's a very community-based work, together with an association from there that could actually make that the project sustainable. And they created a garden in this space that was basically full of garbage. This was already clean, but this was the typical place full of garbage where the whole neighborhood would throw their garbage. So they cleaned it out and they involved all the children. It's the children and actually the parents. It was quite funny at the beginning. They were working there and the children would come down, but then all the buildings around it had all the parents and all the mothers just watching out the window, but not really coming down and being part of it. And little by little, by working with the children and especially with the associations and CMA who was working there for many years, it finally became part of it. And then part also of the opening, and then we are also organized during the summer some screenings there, so it brought some participative atmosphere to the neighborhood. The garden is still there, they are taking care of it. I don't have a photo of the garden finalized, but they very naturally take care of them. Another project, for example, was another collaboration also with the university and the Enorme Studio, a group of architects, designers from Madrid. We got this bus from the transport company, the local public transport company of the city, and they completely changed it. With the students, they completely changed. They inside they decorated it and they changed the seats, and it was a bus for workshops. And the idea of this bus, this is a project from the education department. They identify how many or most of the neighborhoods that are outside of farther away from the center, they don't come to the city center. And so the idea was that Manifesta was brought to all these neighborhoods through this bus. It was very successful. We were in many neighborhoods. But it's the way of engaging with the outer city, not only the center. Another project, very nice project from the education department, for example, was to the schools in tandem. They tandem schools like that. For example, one school was not under the same roof, but under the same name. The school was it's a border from a disadvantaged neighborhood next to a quite rich neighborhood, and the schools are actually in two different buildings, and they have the same name, and they never collaborated together. So they, in this the education department invited a rap singer, very famous in Palermo, and they wrote a song together, a rap song. The children from one and the other side wrote a rap song about mental distance. no, and how near they were and how distant they are, and they ended all singing in this White Nights event. These are the kind of projects that Manifesta or that the education department of Manifesta develops within the city, also to engage and see how far in we need to go, no? So that was Manifesta 13, Manifesta 12, Manifesta 13. We are in the. Actually, Marina is going to explain a bit more about that, but we did follow the same, no, and we are in a way adopting it as a methodology when we arrive to a place, to a city, to have this urban research developed by an architect or an office or a group, or I think every time can change. No, for Manifesta 13 we commissioned Winnie Mans and Verdebe. Next to the urban study, there is the pre-biennial research, apart from the research that the curators do. That led into selecting again an interdisciplinary group to translate it into a biennial. Before I go to that, the urban study here. No, there is a bit. I think no, there is. So the group is, as you can read. Katerina Chichalina, Director of BAC in Moscow, Marina, she will introduce herself, alias Heta, and Stefan Kalmer. They are now working on the course, and Marina will explain a bit more about that. So the urban study by Verdebe will also go into a publication. They also mapped all kinds of things, no? The cities with most graffitis, no, or what else did they? Very extensive research, also comparing it to other cities of the approximately same size. They also developed together with the Y Factor, which is a course in the university by Winnie Mans. They brought students from Delft, and together with the students from architecture from Marseille, they did a workshop on how the city could develop, no? And they had, as you see, we had this big maquette with the print of Marseille, and they did all kinds of interventions on the maquette, and very nice ideas came in, very crazy ideas on how the city could develop and why, no? This will, in a way, we are trying to follow it up, go a bit a step farther into kind of like a civic consultation on how the citizens themselves want to develop their own city, no? Based on this urban study and what relevant topics came out of that. The idea is to go a step forward and through this civic consultation see how we integrate it in the biennial or not, depending on what comes out. That we'll start with some workshops with different associations and different citizens in Marseille. Still this year, so from October until December, January, something like that, and see how it's afterwards translated also into a project of the biennial, maybe into creating a kind of like a council that could stay afterwards. But this consultation, it's more to with the urban study we have this X-ray of the city, and we are thinking on how you can get an X-ray of what actually the citizens think the direction they want to develop into, no? Let's see if that actually becomes also part of the methodology, and we can bring it to Pristina as well. So very fast, some topics about legacy of let's see, Manifesta 8, which was in dialogue with Northern Africa. Well, there were some artists doing a research study for a nomadic art biennial. That we had, for example, 3 collectives curating 9 curators in total. That was quite a lot. 3 collectives of curators. We had included as part of the team inmates from a prison. Actually, it was this prison that closed around 3 months or 4 before the opening of Manifesta, and the prisoners were, before they came out, they were already been included in the process. Then they were included in the process with the artists and with the development of the biennial, and afterwards also involved as guards. And actually, one of them even went into studying arts because he had such a nice experience. They were even doing guided tours in the prison, no? Because we had these installations. Well, I don't have any installation, but we had these installations, and they would even do guided tours. So that's a way. This was in Cartagena. It was also a way of opening a building that had always been closed to the citizens. This was Correos, the post office. It was also closed for many years and left to destruction by birds and by negligence of not taking care of it. And there was quite some work of cleaning. Next to this one, we, for example, had also two military buildings that were also in an abandoned state that we cleaned, and actually now 1 year and a half ago or so, they opened again, fixed as an exhibition spaces. So in a way, it's that activation of spaces. No, I don't know if I'm taking too much time. In Manifesta 9, we used this building, which was 24,000 square meters of an old mine building, the main building of an old mine. In here, one of the in my opinion, biggest achievement was the collaboration with the different communities. No, the Genk is a very small town, very scattered. No, it doesn't have really it has a center, but nobody lives in the center. And there is all these communities of Greeks, Turkish, Moroccan, Spanish, Italian, and we had quite some work in putting them together. No, it was the first exhibition actually that had a contemporary art section, a historical section about the mining and production and industrialization, and which was this one, and then a heritage section that dealt with all the archives about mining and archive not only about mining but about the miners, no, which was even bigger, and that was for the first time shown, apart from a museum of miners that was also let's say professionalized, or we helped them reshape it in a way, and they are actually still there. No, now the building, Miran was part of this edition. The building is now a research center, but the mining museum is still there. In St. Petersburg, in the Hermitage, it was. It was quite a challenge. We worked in the Winter Palace of the Hermitage. It was quite first time I think that the contemporary artworks were dialoguing with the collection, and they actually even moved. No, we opened also the General Staff building, which was a new building for the that Hermitage would use, and we managed that they brought all the collection of Matisse to the General Staff building. We included in the Manifesta exhibition and exchanged it put in the rooms of Matisse, Nicole Eisenman, Marlene Dumas, and that was quite a change, especially I think in this case for the workers of the Hermitage, which is quite a big community. This is the General Staff building, so it's the country. The other one was the Winter Palace. Here, the very important legacy was mostly from the art mediation. So it was quite near to non-existent the art mediation in Russia in general, but also in Hermitage. So with Manifesta, that did again the education department did quite work there. It came into scene, the art mediation concept and practice now being used by many institutions in Russia. Also, the interest raised the interest on visitor studies and impact of an exhibition. They started to looking into that kind of thing, and mediation became a career strategy. It suddenly became an option for people working in arts. Another tool that we created for Russia was the reader of the Manifesta journal that was translated into Russian, and it's actually now an instrument for many universities, art universities in Russia. In Zurich, the main, I think it was also the collaboration. So one thing was the collaboration in between the artists that had to work with a professional of their selection. They would select a profession, and we would look for someone to work with them, and that co-creation and that embedding into the city through its citizens worked very well, as well as, for example, collaborations in between institutions. We were in Lohenbräu that has three institutions plus galleries that never work together. And in terms of audiences, for example, which in Zurich it's relevant because Zurich has quite a big audience for culture and arts. In terms of audience for Lohenbräu itself was quite successful in terms of visiting numbers another big thing in the edition of Zurich was this pavilion of reflections. This is a wooden pavilion built on the water of very clean water of the Lake of Zurich, and this was a collaboration with Tom Emerson students of the university. They actually projected the project of the pavilion, but also constructed it, of course, with professional help. But it was a huge work for them, and also for us in terms of permissions and in terms of on how you manage through the administration to build such a thing that became the landmark of the biennial. It was a super successful location. Actually location without having actually artworks. What it has this big, apart from presentations and parties and the gatherings, it had this screen with what we call the art docs, which was a project with the university, as well as students that would do small documentaries of each of the artists. The whole process, they will follow the artist. This is one of the reporter. Ending with Prishtina. That I think it's more a question maybe also for my colleagues, but also for you. We've been identifying already some things. I think there is a lot of excitement and a lot of new things coming up in Pristina in terms of culture. There is, I think, as I understood, quite some infrastructure plans. What we've identified that that is a bit lacking is the audience, where I think a big work but you guys will probably tell us, a big work that can be developed here in Pristina is about audience, because plans of big contemporary art museums, when the audience is not there, it's is difficult, and that's what I think Manifesta could, in a way, be helpful, no? Yeah. And I think we could brainstorm about that. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It was very important to hear about the previous manifesto by focusing on the last one. I think it's very valuable therefore it's good that you take a little of the time, even more really good, because you know in Kosovo people cannot travel. You know the visa restrictions is very unfair, and basically sometimes such things is the only information. I think it's now time for Marina Otero Versiez comes on the floor. I will do a short intro. She's an architect, the director of the research at Het Institute in Rotterdam. She leads research initiatives such as automatic landscapes, focusing on emerging architectures of automatic labor, and architecture of operation, on squatting, special practice. Recently, she curated the exhibition Steve Bannon, a propaganda retrospective by Jonas Stahl. Jonas Stahl is a really interesting artist who also work with political ideas and state and democracy and so on. So she also curated the exhibition. I see what you don't see at the Triennale di Milano this year. She's also part of the curatorial team of the Manifesta 13, which was shortly introduced in Marseille, which is taking place next year. And okay, she had also many other exhibitions and projects, but you can read later on. So now we will see what she will reveal, what will happen in the immediate future in France. You know, so floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, you will be a bit disappointed, I guess, because I'm not going to talk that much about Marseille. First of all, because for sort of respect for the Marseillaise, because we had only a small presentation about the theme a few weeks ago, and I wouldn't like to disclose more information in other side before we announce it in Marseille. But I will try to be fast. I'm quick. And give some ideas that maybe perhaps we can discuss. First will be like how I ended in Manifesta being a curator. I'm an architect, and I never consider myself a curator. I still define myself as an architect, but as much as I continue saying that, I get more works as a curator, so I don't know if it's a privilege or a curse, but I enjoy it. So I was practicing as an architect, but in 2011 I moved to New York to do some research, to study at the university. And that was 2011. That moment obviously was the moment of the anti-government demonstrations in Tahrir Square, which led to what has been called the Arab Spring. But also was, when I left Madrid, it was the moment of the Indignados and the austerity movement in May 2011 that extended many months. When I arrived to New York, I encountered Occupy Wall Street movement. And it was a recurring theme that was this idea of that democracy has to be perhaps rethought, and there is a need to go beyond the 1%, the interests of the 1%. Obviously that marked very much my moment, my thinking in that moment. And what was interesting is that at the same time that these anti-government protests were happening in different parts of the world, two big institutions, one of them the Pompidou and the other the Guggenheim Lab, were launching projects that for me were pointing to I claim it a new paradigm for cultural institutions, and in particular museums. And I wrote my thesis about it.
So this is the Pompidou Mobile, and there was this idea that the works of the museum belong to the nation, to the Republic of France, and because of the centrality of the museum, there is a lack of access to other regions, other citizens of those works. So there was this idea of creating a museum that will be traveling, and I was fascinated by this idea of a temporary and traveling museum, and wanted to investigate what are the political consequences and the different institutional spaces and borders that are created by these circulating museums. So this was one. It was launched around those years, 2011 as well. But simultaneously, there was another project that was called the BMW Guggenheim Lab, organized by BMW, the car company, and Guggenheim in New York. Also about a traveling museum that will go to different countries and will be talking about how to live together in cities, designed by Atelier Bobo. I became interested in the lab, and it was interesting to see also how these discussions that were happening, initiated by the Guggenheim and BMW, one of the ideas that were discussed were the Occupy Wall Street movement. And for me, it was some sort of also a paradox. There were some tours being organized to see the Occupy Wall Street movement, and then there was this type of participatory activities happening in this somehow a new type of cultural open air space that had the appearance of a democratic space, but was very much culturally supported by and funded by a corporation. For me, that was a change in the idea of the institution and the policies of many institutions, especially because I was very much influenced by the idea of, for instance, what we call, or has been called, the Bilbao effect, and the capacity of architecture to transform cities through this idea of the big museum designed by the famous architect that is able to transform a city for an industrial city to a capital of culture that attracts tourism and investment. Although the Bilbao effect could be a challenge, somehow, the narrative, but it was a different stance, a different strategy. One of the Guggenheim that was creating new museums in different parts of the world, to this change of sending a building that would actually be traveling around the world. And the participation of architecture in these two different paradigms for me was interesting. So I was somehow obsessed with the relation of this new form of thinking about the institution in relation to circulatory practices, and the idea of how expand territorially also the realm of the museum and maybe the relation to certain markets and audiences, and obviously also in relation to the economic crisis. So for me, we're not two different phenomena, but we're a phenomenon that were intimately connected. The idea that of the democratic imaginaries that were happening out of the protests, the economic crisis that happened after 2007, and these new forms of thinking about the museum. This engraving that has been discussed by Jonathan Crary, and in a very interesting way, I would say, describes this pre-modern culture of the fair that was in Europe, where all the bodies were coming together in the public space, and there was a moment of exception where the rules were somehow suspended, and there was no difference between a spectator and performer. And Jonathan Crary points to these two figures that are in the corner as the glimpse to the new culture that was being developed after this pre-modern culture. And it's the culture of the privatization of the view, the new form of spectacle, the new form of modern viewership associated also to the individual. And for me, in this type of projects, whether they are these traveling museums with very democratic ambitions, or this idea of temporary events that had been developing in the form of biennials, were something about these transformations from the contemporary idea or the pre-modern idea of the fair to the closed idea of the institution of the museum, and now fueled by the neoliberal economy, perhaps the redefinition of this idea of the fair under other type of politics and economies. This should be expanded because it's only until 2016, but you can see also what I was referring to. The economic crisis was around 2007. These two institutions, travel institutions, were around 2011, and this coincides with the growth on number of temporary events. In my opinion, identify also this idea of the temporality with also forms of precarity, also forms of economic situation, claims of democratic growth, and also the new interest of institutions in not having permanent commitments but temporary commitments instead, and the use of these temporary events as a form of a catalytic experience for cities instead of the model of the Bilbao building. I follow these museums in transit, and with them I follow all the demonstrations and critical moments that happened. That was the citizens of Berlin protesting the arrival of the Guggenheim Lab. And I like this t-shirt that says, "We don't need New York to teach us how to talk." Was not the only one, that was in New York. Gentrification, and immediately the day after, that protest was absorbed, mediated, and included in the programming of the lab. So we have a good capacity, institutions, to generally absorb very easily forms of conflict and make it part of our own DNA in many different ways. I will go fast, but in the last years also there were a lot of forms in which these temporary events and biennials and triennials were flirting as well these forms of protest in many different ways, from more political or aesthetic terms. And to me, at the end, this idea of these temporary events comes to something that Peter Sloterdijk has defined as the pneumatic parliament, and obviously he uses it and these ideas of bringing democracy like an instant thing that inflates and creates and immediately brings new values to places. But there is something about temporary institutions and temporary festivals that to me have a little bit something like that. And you will say, so if you have this critical view, what are you doing in doing things like Manifesta? Well, that's the paradox, that after doing my research and my PhD on those questions, I was invited to do the Oslo, well, I won a competition with some friends to do the Oslo Architecture Triennial. And I tried to address some of these questions in my projects, probably completely failing, but nevertheless trying. This is one of the projects we did in Oslo by Jonas Stahl. Is the new World Embassy Rugova, and it's an embassy for the stateless democracy. And it was organized inside the Oslo City Hall. And it was talking about the democratic self-administration of Rugova that is not recognized. And it was an important moment for that community to have a government from such a place like Norway to host their embassy inside a place like with that history of the Oslo City Hall. What to me is interesting here is not my work or even Jonas' work, because at the end the biennial disappeared, the role of the triennial disappeared and was not commented at all. What transcended in the media was that there was an embassy in Oslo for Rugova. And that's a little bit what I find interesting, the political capacity of art and biennials to develop projects under the guise of art that otherwise might be difficult to develop otherwise. And that's what I try to do. And this is one example, and there are others. This is the Dutch pavilion that I curated last year. It was talking about work, body, leisure, and it was talking about the Netherlands as a place that is intimately a place of work in many different ways, a Cartesian landscape designed for efficiency. I'm not going to go into the details, but what we did also is thinking about this idea of the Giardini as this representation of the nation and competition between countries, and we tried to come around that, perhaps failing, but we did a competition together with our neighbors that were the pavilions of Belgium and Spain, to imagine how the Giardini could transcend this idea of the national pavilions and think another type of commonality. There were different projects, and the one that won was called Europa. Obviously, Europa is not a difficult territory, but the notion of Europa as a place where you can still travel. It's a bit challenging to say that in Kosovo, but so in the day of the opening and for some days, the countries of Spain, Belgium, and the Netherlands decided not to display their names, but to have the same name that was on top of their names, that was Europa. And just quickly, because I'm not going to talk about Manifesta that much, we can talk in the questions. About these ideas about what is an institution, what is an exhibition, we have been talking these days with the fantastic participants of our course. And I don't want to waste this opportunity to give them a space, inspired by Cesare yesterday, that also allowed their students to have a space. So I would like to invite them to talk a little bit as well. And what we discussed these days is what an institution could be. And I would like to raise that question and maybe hear their voices. What an institution could be or is.
An institution is the biggest thing of the
Microphone.
No, we do it with our microphone.
Okay, you do it.
Can I repeat?
We don't hear you. That's maybe you need microphone.
No, he's gonna do it. Allow him. He's gonna do it loud.
Okay, do it loud.
If you don't interrupt him.
So it's the biggest thing in the normative order institution.
An institution is a set of choices and relationships according to certain ethics and aesthetics.
It's a collecting point for subjects and objects that matters. A mediator between concepts and people or ideas and action.
It's a language that constantly changes and is moving forward and narrating the situation.
An institution is an empty signifier. Should we keep it or should we kill it?
We also discuss not only what an institution could be, but also if we will be in the position actually to not only have a critical point, but create our own institution, what that will be, for what it will be the institution.
An institution is for designing strategies of social and cultural growth.
For expanding people's sense of belonging.
For people who come together for a purpose.
For organizing cultural workers politically.
It's neither for the elite nor for the masses.
An institution for the interested.
We also asked about what an exhibition could be or is.
An exhibition is research and/or propaganda.
An exhibition is a proposal for the spatial arrangement of discourse.
A public display for objects or bodies.
A living archive full of histories of our present and our potential future.
Is a space where a subjective idea takes an objective form.
An exhibition is an offer that transcends the institution.
And finally, we asked them if they will have to design or create an exhibition for what it will be.
An exhibition for the public.
An exhibition for a community, existing or yet to be formed.
For making sense and sensibility.
For converting intimacy into a collective experience, for becoming the other.
For experimentation, for making propositions and or demands.
An exposition is for exposing.
And I would like to thank all the participants of the course for their ideas, that I will try to work with them in Manifesta in Marseille. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. So we somehow see through this project your background, your artistic thinking, architectural DNA, which you will include. You try to include in the next Manifesta, because there is. I know I also come from the collective, the team. It's always the discussion. What will be in, some things will be in, but I think it's what you show is really promising. And one comment I think it was very important when you focus on when you mention simulation of participation. Some institutions who simulate participation or simulate democracy. So you have a lot of this, so we must be very careful when this is going for fake. And it's possible to detect it. It looks exactly the same on the first side. It uses the same technology, but the result, such projects are not empowering the people. They are taking power from them.
Yeah.
I would like to quote here just Alexander Brenner, a Russian poet and artist, who said in one of his texts, he said, "You would like to make a revolution." And he said, no, you would like to make a panel discussion about the revolution. So this is just, poetically speaking. So I will, what I do now, I'll be short because I know that I should not be long. And I will say a few words about Manifesta in Ljubljana. Zdenka Badovinac, director and curator from Museum of Modern Art and Museum of Contemporary Art, is here, and she also was as a director following the whole project and process and so on. So why I'm doing this? I was asked by Albert to say something about it as an experience which maybe could be useful for the discussion or thinking what Manifesta can do or what kind of Manifesta should be here. So why Manifesta came to Ljubljana, in my opinion? It comes because of vivid and high quality artistic production which was taking place in the 80s and the 90s. Because of good artists and some very good and high quality institutions, like it was Moderne Galleria, Schutz Gallery, and some others. And also moving to another place, to another part of the planet. The former West moved to the former East. So, I mean, somehow, the Manifesta was created in a former West Europe. So, what were the expectations of the local scene? Expectation was that the contemporary art and alternative practice, artists, and smaller and bigger institutions will be more recognized, more supported, to get substantial and stable support of Ministry of Culture, cities in Slovenia and Ljubljana, in the case of Ljubljana, city of Ljubljana, and support to contemporary art in general. To introduce relatively isolated contemporary art practice at that time in Slovenia to and art activity to a wider population, to overcome the prejudices that contemporary art is elitist and totally non-communicative, to improve the element, to improve the art system as well, because what connects this debate now, and the first debate is art system. I mean, Manifesta is one event which comes and goes. Museum stays, but this is not enough. I think what is important in Kosovo, and it's important in Slovenia and elsewhere, is how economy. What is the artistic economy? How the artists not survive. I don't like the word survive, but how they produce and live. In the cities, in the country where art system is underdeveloped, it doesn't exist. and so on. These are the crucial question. The question is sometimes very Marxistically speaking, very banal, very basic, very materialistic in that respect. So so what were the benefits Manifesta did in Slovenia? Manifesta made Slovenian art scene, and there were quite some already internationally recognized artists, even more recognizable internationally, and also Slovenian institutions and history and so on. It popularized to a certain extent contemporary art also locally, but just to a certain extent. But it didn't change its status. Its status was probably quite closer to what it was before. It was the first move to Manifesta to the territory of Eastern Europe. Now we have now Manifesta is doing the third move. It was Petersburg, now it's Kosovo, then now it's Prishtina. The successful project, Manifesta as exhibition was very good, in my opinion. Great works and so on. Very successful part was project, I think it was a project by Vanessa Zrakte, because it was a lot of videos included in Manifesta, and audience could show it in the late time in the evening in the national television. So the Manifesta spread it to the public space of Slovenian television. This was one of the best parts of Manifesta, in my opinion. What were the problems or wrongdoings? That's interesting to hear as well, because we can learn from this, we all can learn, Manifesta can learn, and you locals can, including me partly being local, to put the right questions and sometimes conditions as well, because the money doesn't come from the air, it comes from the Ministry of Culture, it comes from the city, and I think it's important to think what to expect, and sometimes demand as well. For instance, no local institutions who deal with contemporary art, big and small, were not included in Manifesta in a proper way. For the local producer was chosen Cankarjev Dom, which is Slovenian house of culture, which has everything, philharmonic orchestra, films and so on. And this space, I would say, doesn't show really contemporary art from time to time. Or sometimes you have a feeling that was even hostile to contemporary art, conservative not in the golden sense of this word. This is.
Is it still like that?
If it is still like this, there are changes. I'll tell you very soon. So, for instance, Moderna Galleria, who already had a strong national and international reputation for doing good exhibitions, bringing important artists in the country, was just used as a place and value. The bypass happened that two employees of the important one, Igor Zabel, who became a coordinator, and there was another person, I think it was Nives Zupet, I like to use the name in such a situation, she became an organizer, Igor Zabel was coordinator, so they started to use Cankarjev Dom as a place. And Cankarjev Dom had no clue how to produce contemporary art. But through this process, they get enormous power. They get some credit for not being that. Of course, this was, I don't want to go to details why this happened and so on, but for sure some local politics entered this story and nobody recognized this, and basically this, if you're not credited for your work, if economy kind of avoid you in this respect, I think it's affect the art scene, and the art scene was affected by this. So because they didn't know about contemporary much, they didn't know how to communicate to the local media. Or I don't know much about how they communicate international media, because this was probably communicated by the Manifesta. And this strong communication made local media hostile to contemporary art and to Manifesta. And the exhibition was good, So I think it happened because also of unskilled institution, of wrong chosen institution. I remember that we, as a group Irvin, I'm a member of this artistic collective, we proposed a parallel catalog to monitor Manifesta, to see, just to have a critical view, because if the art is critical, must be critical, also observation of the critical exhibition, so it's double criticism. So, we tried to propose this to Soros Foundation, but they didn't accept it, but they did their own version at the end, small one. So I promise to be short, so I don't go to really to a lot of details, because a lot of was already said. And I just propose some questions for thinking, for discussion maybe, for reflection. The questions are like this: how Kosovo and art scene, in broader sense, and neighboring countries, I would say, can benefit from Manifesta. How this opportunity can be used for the development or missing on underdevelopment elements of art system. What are possible modes of collaboration with various local institutions? Here I go a little bit back, and I said that when Manifesta came to Ljubljana, they didn't meet with small institutions. There was like a just big thing, it was political thing and so on. Schools Gallery, Kapelica, I mentioned in some galleries, P74 were totally excluded from communication and so on. And we were having meetings, I was on one or two meetings where we said we would like to come in communication with Manifesta, but we couldn't. Nobody invited us. I think it's really great that you are now here and you discuss with artists and people from art world here through Stacion, and this shows that also Manifesta learned something from this situation. So what are possible modes of collaboration with the various local institutions? Role of the city, Ministry of Culture, not just hosting Manifesta, but how to think about possibilities created in the wider time perspective. This not only related to the museum, it relates to wider education and so forth. Collaboration with other cities, how Manifesta here could collaborate with other cities. I think you need one central place. Because first of all, Manifesta is taking place in Kosovo, in Prishtina, but people are restricted to travel. So Manifesta should come here. This is a must, because this is absolutely unjust and morally problematic that Kosovo people cannot travel. So it's basically a message, not only to Kosovo, to other parts of the world, that aggression is profitable. So I think that other cities should be included and locally, but it should be, the Pristina must have or should have a central position. Then also a question, how this can be developed in a dialogue with representatives with the local art scene and decision makers in the field of art and culture. Okay, you have some models for that now. Just this. I think this is basically these are basic questions, So, I think since we are very, very late, are we or not? Are we not?
According to the schedule, we are 16 minutes late.
Okay, then we are fine.
16.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so we are quite okay. Maybe we can invite the panel back.
Yes, yes. Well, please come back, and then we will maybe. Do we have all the chairs? Yes.
I want to respond to some of the ideas, primarily about the collaboration. So I must say we are talking about, the theme is called Trade Union.
How? Sorry?
Trade Union.
Trade Union.
And it's, in English, translates a bit ugly as iPhone. And it's this idea of bringing things together.
So the main idea of Manifesta in Marseille is how actually not only look for coexistence, but actually forms of, linking things that generally are not necessarily working together. And I refer through parts of the city that generally are completely disconnected physically or in many other ways, politically, but also institutions, different disciplines, different territories, for instance, south of France and the north of Africa, etc. And also refers to this idea of item as an identity. So an identity that doesn't need to or look for blending and assimilating, but rather recognizing differences and still being able to live together. So our main idea is actually to create those links and collaborations. We don't want to, we are very different as well. We are 4 curators that didn't work together before, didn't know each other before, from different fields, different geographies, different, forms of working. And within us is also a trade union, that we have to find a way how to work together. And we didn't want to bring our own ideas only, parachuting our ideas into Marseille, but rather from a early stage to create these things. Though that means that it's a very long process. So it's not easy, and that's why, we are quite okay, but
tight.
Because actually creating these collaborations and these links and not ignoring what happens in the local sphere, but actually trying to work together is a challenge, but it's also the beauty of what Manifesta can bring. And the second thing about institutions, local institutions, we are working with the idea of institutions from very small collectives to very large museums. And there is a question that in Palermo maybe there was this idea of utilizing infrastructure that was unused or was abandoned. We think about the abandonment in a different way as well. So there are many museums in Marseille that perhaps could be infused with other narratives and other voices. In a moment where institutions are so much under scrutiny and there has been a lack of confidence in institutions as in a larger sense of the world, especially in places like Europe, we want to reclaim what an institution could be and the value of them. We want to work also with existing institutions and try to find ways to challenge certain histories or challenge certain notions that they have been perpetuating and perhaps bring other energy to that. So in that sense, I agree with Patricia in the sense that the museum could be a very dominating and excluding space, but also could be a very a form of, positive way of thinking about the coming together and a form of.
I just like to ask Tatiana about. You presented very well and very briefly because to show a few manifestos in some minutes, it's not so easy. My question is how much you debate, not between just curatorial team which is changing, but between the organization of the Manifesta Foundation. How do you analyze every Manifesta plus and minus? What was best and what could be better and so on. Do you work on this? I'm interested.
No. We should work on that a lot more than we should work on that a lot more than we do. But we know that the international team that we were discussing before the panel, it's a small team of heads of departments, and we do analyze the afterward. Apart from reports and more professional analysis of each biennial, there is a report now. We are working on the report of Manifesta 12, also within the experience of the team.
Yeah, I'm asking.
But the report also looks into positive and negative. It's a report done externally, so there's.
I'm asking because of this, because Manifesta, surely it is a project which is not cheap. And usually countries, without ministries of cultures, it's not possible. So, for instance, in Slovenia was this case that it became a kind of elitistic idea. The political elite wanted Manifesta for image, so. And basically, and that for the small institutions were excluded. I'm not talking, I said that at the end the positive outcome was better. But we learned this from this, that how, you can also have simulated places, There's a simulated place of freedom and so on, but people who should be free in this place were missing, somehow.
No, I think that, so it is expensive, but there is not all of them are no, but there is usually a quite good economical reciprocity, with the biennial. But for me, it's more important not how useful is for the local, for the local scene, and how embedded is into the context. And I wasn't there in Ljubljana, but now we do come, as I was saying, a lot more in advance into the city, and we actually base our research on the people we meet. This morning, for example, I was at Thermokis. It was a super interesting and super inspiring visit. And how and you see how those things start coming out up in the city.
And then there's also the idea also that manifestas are not isolated also from one to each other. So I was very peripherically involved in Palermo, and now in Marseille, and I have the luxury to be in Pristina. Maybe to involve people from Pristina in Marseille will be fantastic as well, to have a conversation that will travel and people.
I think what was interesting, because you talk about that you are changing Manifesta from exhibition to process. I mean, this is what was done. Harald Zeman did from the document he made from the exhibition. He made the event, which takes for so long. I think that this is very important. How people who are involved as a project intellectually with some cities are still kind of present. That I think it's a key thing, because otherwise, we all know that many critical art is only done for the lights of the reflectors in the big biennales and events, and then nobody wants that they disappear. They somehow, they don't live worried, they are not watched. So I think this is, I understand from your talk that this is something you are really seriously taking into consideration.
No, it's actually because indeed then Manifesta finishes and Manifesta disappears. Although Manifesta it's also very much locally built, and 90% of the team or 80% of the team is local. The people involved, and every time more, as Marina was saying, already in Palermo we're involving many associations, from small to big associations. In Marseille is becoming a must, that collaboration. In here we'll see what but actually, as you were saying, the process of I often say that for me, being involved in Manifesta, almost the process is almost more interesting than at the end of the biennial itself, and that's basically because we come into a place where that is every time completely new. You bring a whole bag with you with all this experience that you had, but every time, every experience in every new city is completely different, and the experience is with as many people as we can involve, as we are doing now in Marseille, for example. So,
are there any questions? We don't want to take the floor. Yes. Who was first?
I will go last.
Okay, please. Yes. Microphone.
I
don't know.
I am kind of interested in this temporary, durable impacts that extend to the urban level. However, a warm of a cultural blending. This isn't without brushing out the hope that the location that is selected will be revitalized. I wanted to ask about the people of that location that are not interested in art. Because with such an infusion of culture, it it caught my attention in the reasons why Palermo was chosen. There was this thing, the city is ready for a new start. And it's like Manifesta also comes with such a mission, I don't know. And the result, the most primary result of which is rebranding. And I don't want to say gentrification because there is no, displacement of residents, etc. But there are some of the results that are under the, notion of gentrification. And I'm curious if at the level of planning or after Manifesta is over, what are the measures that are taken or pre-thought about people? And especially in Prishtina, for example, I'm curious. The part of the population that is not interested in art at all. And also, for the urban changes that come with the coming of Manifesta, many people and many thinkers believe that when an urban condition is degraded, it is better to be left like that, because otherwise it loses its representative quality. So I was kind of curious about the measures or for planning about this.
In terms of urbanism, we do an urban study. We are not so powerful to change the urbanism of a city. Yeah, we are. No, but OMA did a research study. Yeah, and you see what kind of data that it's a study that serves. Then what Palermo wants to do with that study is it's up to Palermo. On the question, if I understood right, but on the question of Manifesta, it usually aims to local let's say to put some random percentage to 70 to 80% of local audience. So, for example, the edition in Belgium had a quite local audience. Even if they are not in arts, it doesn't need to be not audience development on arts. It's by engaging different communities in different ways. In Belgium, for example, all the heritage section did an amazing job on that, and it was an addition that they were going into the art exhibition. They were first going into their heritage exhibition. And by chance they ended also in arts, and then they ended relating one to the other one. And it's about also creating audiences. I think in Pristina, with all the plans that I've been hearing about, it would be good to work on that art audience development. I don't know if I answered your question.
Very quickly.
There's another question.
Just very quickly about Marseille. We are not focusing on that strategy. There has been very tragic events in Marseille with the collapse of certain buildings, and our position in relation to urban development and architecture will try to be as sensitive as possible toward that condition. That's why we are also working with existing institutions and existing, of all type, and not that much thinking about renovating certain parts of the city, because the idea of renovation in that particular space of Marseille has connotations that have to be addressed, but very profoundly. Second, I don't want to force anyone to go to Manifesta, but the question is that indeed we are using public money. Therefore, you don't want to, oblige people to go to do art, but you have to account for everyone, also the interests of the inhabitants of the city as much as you can. Obviously, there were people completely uninterested. It's their choice and it's our failure. But at least in our aims, we have to be very careful about how we use resources that belong also to the population, more or less. All good intentions, but let's see.
Okay, so there was another question, but please.
Okay, I wanted to talk with without microphone because I was feeling more. But it's okay. It's thinking about Manifesta and Prishtina, I just remember two things. First, one link that some friends forwarded me last week. I met them in one event in Ljubljana. It was some metabolic museum university, and also because tonight it was a lot of talk about museum thing. And it was one project from Chus Martinez. She developed, I don't know, it is a website for an idea of some kind of museum that exists virtually. Like it is the website with a lot of questions and 52 drawings, but it is produced after she was involved in Documenta, and based on, I don't know, just the feelings and the anger, and after it is like a reflection, and when we are asking like how this will thing will, I don't know what it will do, I don't know, it can do, for example, maybe a project like this, and then I just remembered also one link that I must reread it, but it's something on 2014, one friend forwarded me one book from, I just should read the name of the author. It is someone that worked in Manifesta and then reflected this in some of her projects and books. It's Vesna, I don't know, I should read her name. It's Vesna Madzowski, I don't know if I'm Madzowski. I don't know if I'm pronouncing good the name, but I was just thinking that I don't know how whatever happens, something new, and that brings a lot of people, and that also represents something in a certain space, has also the power to be kind of misused. And I wanted also to ask just in who will be kind of choosing what will happen here, if some of the curators will be also locals or not just artists, because many times I find it problematic, this, I don't know, the otherness, or just the way that it's seen in one place, that it's more, I don't know, new or underdeveloped, or just, I don't know, this, I don't know, that this thing that it will be, okay, it is the first time that will happen in Prishtina, and this is coming, and this thing, I don't know.
The exoticization of the
Yeah, I
place.
just would not like it to be like that, or just this, that now we are closed, and we are bringing now Manifesta here, and things like this, I don't know, just...
Yeah.
So, I understand this is just about your thinking of, more than a question, or?
I don't know, I could not formulate
it is a question.
I could not formulate it good, I think, because I have problems in talking in public. So.
No, it's clear. I mean, I understand, for instance, your last question, why Manifesta does...
I wanted more to share these two projects, specifically this first one I really like, because it's related also with what I'm doing, something similar, so, and I wanted more to share that thing, and then this last question is also just, a question that I wanted to ask.
I don't know if you can explain why Manifesta.
Because maybe this also relates to the fact that after the war we had two biggest curators coming to Prishtina, and maybe, I don't want to relate to Chandresa, but I'm not an artist, but from the outside I could see this greediness of people trying to fight to get to that exhibition, and it was not a good sight or whatever. So maybe this also relates a little bit to, so like the two biggest curators come to Prishtina, and artists that never ever exhibited, not even in Prishtina, were starting to produce whatever they were looking for. Artists that
maybe to add more. I mean, there were exhibitions, I'm glad that you mentioned, because I didn't think of this. So basically, we had big things before happening here. I mean, we had, internationally. So the first big thing was the liberation, right, of the country. country. And then curators started coming. 2 big exhibitions, one curated by Harald Zeman, the second one curated by René Bloch. They included research. Harald Zeman had come with a vision, so he was trying to fix a puzzle with works of artists, while René Bloch was researching somehow, and his exhibition presented documentation of his research. What he found, he tried to exhibit, basically. But then the last one turned into a process. It was a 3-year process through which different interventions in different cities occurred. What is also important to mention that through the last exhibition by René Bloch, the Kosovo art scene at that time had received a prominent role in the region. So let's say 7 or 6 artists were exhibited in Kosovo for the exhibition. So we have these booms already happening here, and I remember in 2000 and if not mistaken, 4 or 5, Bloch came again to see if this young generation of artists that he had exhibited is still there, and if there's a material that he could still continue to work, and he was disappointed. So basically, he said this sort of glory, it will keep them for a few years, but no production. I mean, some of us continue to work because for us that was just something coming, and we were a bit more mature maybe. But this ended, and the country still lives with that idea that those artists represent a scene, right? So it's still, they are still hovering as an idea, right? But you cannot work with those artists.
I can something
but
say
just to make a continuation maybe to what you were saying, and just first to reflect, if I can take some time maybe. Substituting that is not here or something. Basically, the bid was won by Prishtina. Manifesta is won by Prishtina. It will be organized in Prishtina. So there are gossips and attempts to take away portions or parts of the project and export them for some other interest in other cities, but this will not be allowed by the city or by the community or artists or institutions that work here. Prishtina has proven to have the capacity to win the bid, and it has the capacity to organize an event like that. I mean, it's not... in terms of development of the city, there are all other projects that should be somehow connected. There's a EBRD project about Green Prishtina, and I think, I mean, with us here we have an architect who's part of that project, and I think it's very important to share the information. The others about developing audience, it is our experience, and I would not agree that, let's say, people in Kosovo or Prishtina are not interested about arts. I think Kosovars, just as any other people elsewhere, are equally interested about arts, right? Because we are not different from any other. There are museums in the world that have problems with audiences. There are critically positioned institutions. Of course, they gather sometimes more people, sometimes few people, but developing the infrastructure and their ability to disseminate information about their work is also all the time circulating new audience. For instance, the Bilbao effect. I was in Bilbao, part of a project, a conference or something, and just a normal site to share with you, with the idea of the museum. In Bilbao, schools, elementary schools, children 5, 6, 7 years old, they come and they visit the museums and they can see impressive artworks in that museum. In Prishtina, during winter, children go to the ethnographic museum, which doesn't have heating, right? They cannot see in any other institution, let's say, besides, not to be over modest, a single artwork which can make an impression for them. So this is, it's a discrimination, first of all. So it's a discrimination to insist also that let's say we don't need an institution like a museum of contemporary art because there's no audience. And these are gossips that hover around of different interests that even this small possibility, and it is a small possibility for a city to generate a different energy to be snapped away. And I think the Manifesta would not have any meaning if it cannot create this infrastructure and a different reality for these institutions that work here, but also to transcend the work that is being created here into a completely different level. And the relevance for the region is super important because artists and young artists in, let's say, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and countries around benefit from each other's programs, including this program and others, and it is super relevant. For instance, when we go and discuss with them Manifesta about the summer school and the programs here, Manifesta just added a beautiful complexity to what is going on in the region. And it is very important to mention maybe just a few words from the press release which was issued by Manifesta when the decision was announced, and there are some issued by the mayor and some issued by Manifesta, but the strength of the sentences make you puzzled who said them. For instance, like, Manifesta aims to support the citizens of Kosovo in their ambition to reclaim public space and to rewrite the future of their city as an open-minded metropolis in the heart of the Balkans. Then the mayor says, our city is proud and honored to host Manifesta 2010 in a place where 50% of its hospitable population are younger than 25, where Ottoman architecture is mixed with post-war neoliberal philosophy. I don't know what he meant. There is a lot of this to discuss, there's a lot to do there, is a lot of public space to reclaim. This is what the mayor said. He didn't mention modernist architecture, which exists in the city. And then someone else said, I wish Manifesta can provide Prishtina the means to reconstruct, redefine, and reclaim a radicalized and diverse public space, which still seems to be today regarded as a cultural subversive act which can become a call for change. So these are rather big statements, right? So the bar is very high. The bar is very high, and it cannot go lower. You know, unfortunately, because these are public statements, and the expectations are that there will be right the direction or the vision where this let's say temporal intervention will go toward.
I think it's interesting, as I come here for 15 years, now the last year more intense and so on, what I believe that Manifesta is coming here because absolutely quality of artistic production here and in the region, because the Kosovo artists and Albanian artists and artists around are practically going everywhere. In the 20 years, can you imagine this trajectory in the 20 years? There was no conceptual art here before, except Goran Đorđević and some other. The scene entered everywhere to document everywhere. So you can imagine what is going to be maybe in 30 years. But this is not happening by itself. This must be planned. For this you need institutions, smaller, bigger counterposition of institutions, artisan gallery and museums in dialectic relationship. And you need for this to the local place must be aware of something. If the local place is not organized by the same, will be organized by the others. Mm-hmm. So you must have a say. And I wanted to say something what is really important when you talk about the bloc coming here to see what happened with this artist. This is a phenomenon which happened in Eastern Europe. Maybe it's not disappearing already. I hope yes. It was idea of something like standardization. It was, I remember some curators came and said, do you know some artists who are doing something mineral or conceptual like this, like that? And artists started to do like this to fulfill the curators, There was a phenomenon of the people who could not participate economically to exhibitions, and after 4 years nobody called them anymore. Because they just look at contemporary art. It was kind of Esperanto of contemporary art, something like too general, without, I'm not talking about folkloristic or something like that, And in Kosovo, it's an interesting phenomenon, Biennale and this, because Kosovo is a new nation. It was also built in the context of apartheid, which definitely happened. So the idea of having a pavilion in Biennale is also building the nation. Because building the nation is legalism, it's not nationalism. It's a different thing. So also Manifesta is entering this field. It's different. So I think it's here we are not, when we think about institution in East Europe and Kosovo, we should not be against institution. We have to be for institution because we need new institutions which are functional. So institutional critique is not something useful here. It's not at all, because you cannot change it, you have to do something new and so on. So I think there are a lot of thoughts, and I don't know, maybe it will be some other thoughts and so on. I think the most important thing is the active position of citizens of small institutions who has to bring the voice in. And I think the whole space will benefit. And I also think that Manifesta at the end is not just a local institution. I mean, 30% of visitors come from abroad. So it's basically both. It's international show with the respect of the local context. Are we going to eat something or drink? Yeah.
We are going to drink into it.
First we drink, then we eat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, I'm not.
That was great. Yeah.
I had to find some way.
It was very good. So, you enjoyed it.